call to order the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. The first thing on the agenda is continued public hearing. Kim, could you read it for us?
I will. The Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning Commission will continue a public hearing at their regular meeting on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024, beginning at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Council Room, second floor, Rocky Hill Town Hall, 761 Old Main Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, to hear the following. 1. Site plan application, Rockamora Acquisitions, LLC, proposing 25 two-story, two-bedroom townhouse-style apartments, with 8 apartments being set aside as designated affordable in accordance with Connecticut General Statute, Section 8-30G, along with associated site improvements for property located at 1093 New Britain Avenue, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, in an R20 residential zoning district, ID number 15-008. 1, to allow the applicant to respond to questions from the commission and the public. 2, to allow the applicant to submit the documentation asked for this evening, that was at the last hearing that we had. And 3, to allow the commission to review the information that was received during the public hearing. At this hearing, all interested persons may be heard and written communications will be received. Written comments may be directed to Land Use Commissions at Rocky Hill, ct.gov, and must be received at least 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting or delivered to the Planning and Zoning Department at 761 Old Main Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut. It was dated in Rocky Hill the first day of November 2024. It's a notice of continuance.
Thank you. May I begin, Mr. Chairman? Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nice to see you all again. For the record, my name is Andrea Gomes. I'm an attorney at Hinckley Allen in Hartford, here on behalf of the applicant. We do have a brief PowerPoint for the Commission's viewing, and of course members of the public as well. It's up on the screen. The Commission should also have hard copies before it that were handed out in advance of the meeting. And for the record, we've also handed an electronic copy to staff for the file. With me tonight are Guy and Max Rockamora on behalf of the applicant, as well as other members of the Rockamora family. Jim Cassidy, our consulting civil engineer from Hallisey, Pearson and Cassidy Engineering Associates, and Kermit Hua from KWH Enterprise LLC, our traffic engineer. So a few just housekeeping matters before we dive into the substance of the presentation. It's been a little while since we've been here. Our last public hearing, and actually the first night of the public hearing, was in August. At that time, the commission and members of the public had made several requests for additional information and asked us to take a look at the plan to make some changes. So we continued the hearing from September and then to October and then, of course, until tonight, to allow us the opportunity to address those questions and comments, and then to confer with staff to ensure that their comments had been addressed. We did submit supplemental materials on October 3rd. It was a tabbed package and a set of revised civil plans, which the commission should have. And we did confer with staff as we had intended to after that submission. Happily, Mr. Sopolak, the town engineer, signed off on our revised plans in a memo dated November 14th. So with that and the police chief's approval, which is at tab 2 of the October 3rd memorandum, and then the commission will recall we also previously had the fire marshal's sign off and approval. We have full staff sign off on the plans as revised through October 3rd. So the goal for tonight is to summarize for the commission those changes that we made to the plans, to answer some of the questions that were brought up at the August public hearing, and of course any questions that the commission has tonight. To be clear, our presentation is not going to rehash what we discussed in August, but is really focused just on those changes and answers that the commission had requested. So I'm going to note, and does this work? This does not. Next slide, please. I'll just go that way. Oh. Hello, Commissioner.
Just so the audience is aware, Commissioner Alan Mordhorst will be participating via Zoom this evening. That was the individual you saw on the screen.
Thank you. So if we can just go to the next slide. Perfect. Thank you. So we do have at the tab 1 memorandum of our October 3rd submission a bulleted summary of the plan revisions for the commission's convenience and of course for members of staff as well. And Jim and Kermit will be addressing the majority of those in more detail. But before I hand it over to them, I did want to highlight a few of the more significant changes, if you will, which were directly in response to staff comments during the August public hearing. So as the commission will recall, there were questions by Commissioner Mordhorst in particular regarding the number of parking spaces compared to the number of units, and concerns generally about the number of units on site. So we took those concerns and those questions to heart, and we reduced Building 3, which is the building at the back or at the north of the site, by 2 townhomes, reducing the overall unit count on site to 23 townhomes. 7 of those are going to be deed restricted in accordance with 830G for affordable households. And that unit count change allowed us to incorporate more parking on site. So we now have 2 parking spaces per unit for a total of 46 parking spaces on site. We also relocated the driveway into the community further north, and Jim and Kermit will go into this a little bit, but as the commission will recall, our position and in accordance with industry standards was that queuing along Kobe Road was not a concern with the original plan, but we nevertheless moved the site driveway further to the north to provide additional storage space for queuing vehicles. I believe you can now fit 5 queuing vehicles there. And we've also incorporated at staff suggestion a do not block box and accompanying signage to just further ensure the efficient operation of vehicular and traffic near and into the site. I do want to be clear, the applicant's position, as we discussed last time, was that the plan as originally proposed didn't present any safety issues. But again, we've heard the commission and have made these revisions in response to its concerns. Now, there were a couple of what I'll call miscellaneous questions that didn't fall into the plan revision category, but which we also addressed in our tab 1 memorandum. And I'm going to go through a couple of those now. There were a number of comments, primarily from members of the public, regarding the impacts of drivers speeding or parking illegally or people crossing the street illegally. And at our tab 1 memo, we did provide the commission with some case law on that. As I mentioned at the August hearing, claims of people violating the law are speculative and thus they're improper, particularly for an 830G application, and more specifically, they're not a valid safety risk justifying the denial of an 830G application. Moreover, the applicant's entitled to a legal presumption that not only the applicant, but its residents and members of the public generally will comply with the law. And there's an abundance of case law on that. We've given you some of the key cases in our tab 1 memo. There were also a number of claims from members of the public that the proposed multifamily community would bring adverse impacts to the neighborhood by, among other things, increasing crime and decreasing property values. One person went so far, as the commission may recall, to say that the neighborhood was thinking of tying down their belongings because they just didn't know who was going to be moving into this community. Statements like these, as I mentioned last time, are highly improper and respectfully uninformed based on improper stereotypes, and frankly, they're just rooted in discrimination. We vehemently disagree with any of those representations, but we wanted to point the commission to the data. So the commission will recall we have an affordable housing needs memorandum that we submitted with our package in June. There's a number of scholarly articles and studies in that voluminous package regarding the lack of impacts from multifamily housing, including impacts on property values. But we included a few more studies for the commission's review in our October 3rd memorandum. It's lengthy, but a couple of the highlights are that crime in high-density communities is not significantly different than crime in lower-density communities, and high-density development does not negatively impact property values. And in some cases, the studies actually show that higher density development improves property values because it boosts the economy and provides much needed affordable housing. With that overview, I will hand it over to Jim to discuss the plan revisions. Kermit will talk about the supplemental traffic memorandum, and then I'll step back up and likely defer to the commission for questions and public comment.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Jim Cassidy, professional engineer and principal with the firm of Halley C. Pearson and Cassidy. I'm pleased to be here with you this evening to continue with this public hearing. So Andrea has gone over the majority of the revisions that's going to have occurred on the plans, but I'm going to go through them again, not to bore you, but I'm going to go through them once again because I think they're important. Big revision number one, this was a comment that came from Commissioner Mohorst, was the number of parking spaces. So on the plans that we've been submitted before you, what we've done is in the back building, which we call building number 3, originally it was 11-unit building. We removed 2 units, making it a 9-unit building and the units are moved on the westerly or the left end of the building. This allowed us the opportunity to add some additional parking spaces. You'll recall in the original plan, we had a total of 40 parking spaces at a ratio of about 1.6 per unit. By adding the 6 additional spaces, we are now at 46 spaces, 2 of them being handicapped, which actually brings us at a ratio of 2 spaces per dwelling unit, meeting the town requirement for parking for multifamily. There was a comment from one of the members of the public and also from the commission about the sidewalks along the front of the property. Does this work, Andrew? Oh, it goes. It works. This is just a blow up of the overall site plan area. So there was a comment from a member of the public and also from the commission about the sidewalks that we had along the Britton Avenue. What we did is we pulled the sidewalks out of the right-of-way and we ran a loop sidewalk in front of the buildings about 10 feet off of the edge of the porch for those units and then circumferenced it back into the sidewalk along the back side of it. So there's no longer any sidewalks in the stated right-of-way. There's no longer a need for a pedestrian crosswalk at the intersection of Kobe and sidewalks along the front of our property. Also, was previously mentioned by Andrea, on the initial plan, we had our driveway entrance, the southerly side of our driveway entrance, located 80 feet back from the stop bar at the intersection of Kobe Road and Britton Avenue. We realized, seeing we were going to need to relocate the existing telephone pole that's at the north side of our driveway, we might as well move it over a little bit more, allowing us to shift the driveway over an additional 15 feet to the north. Which increases the queuing length to 95 feet, enough to accommodate queuing for 5 vehicles. So once again, we are relocating that telephone pole, but it allowed us the opportunity to increase queuing at the intersection. There was also a comment, I think it was from Commissioner Hussey, that he would like to see the location of the existing houses that are across the road from us on Kobe. We did obtain those from UGIS data. We superimposed the house locations and also the driveway locations of each of those houses across the street from us. As part of the reconfiguration of our site driveway, we also added a do not block box, we call them, to the intersection of our driveway and Kobe Road. I'm going to try to flip over a couple slides here. In the detail sheets that is up before you, there are a couple things. In the box in the upper, I'll say towards the center, there's a diagram of what a blockout box would look like. It's basically a striped area with cross hatching, and it's used to inform vehicle or motorists that you're not supposed to stop in that area. In addition to, prior to that, there would be a do not block intersection sign installed. Below that example, there is a photo. This is actually the blockout box. It's in front of Cumberland Farms on France Street. So this is readily used not only in the town, but commonly used throughout the state of Connecticut, even on state highways. When you have an intersection that's close to a driveway intersection that's close to other intersecting roads, so it doesn't block. So we did put those 2 mechanisms in addition to the queuing, which we already felt was adequate, but there's an added assurance. We added that call-out block. Sorry. I'm going to go back to the site plan. At the last meeting, the resident or the abutter to our west or to our left had a concern about screening. We originally proposed to put a row of arborvitaes at the terminus of the parking lot against his property line. At this point, we are proposing to keep that row of arborvitaes on our property, but in addition to, we added a solid 6-foot-high vinyl fence along that entire property line. And again, on the detail sheets, that is shown as a detail in the bottom left-hand corner of the page. So we are committing to put that solid fence in as a barrier to the property owner to the west. There was also some questions about sightlines. Sorry. There were some questions about measuring the sightlines. For this section of Kobe Road where the driveway is coming out, based upon the actual design speed, we're required to have a minimum sightline distance of 390 feet. There was a question as to whether that's really adequate. Is it really out there? So we've done a couple things. Number one, we did have to revise it because we did relocate our driveway to the north at 15 feet. But if you were out there and take a look at the driveway location in comparison to where 390 feet is, there's actually a manhole right at the intersection of the Stocking Mill and Kobe Road, and that's about the 390-foot mark. So what I've done is I updated the plan, which is on the far right. The red line indicates the 390 feet. What you find is that the entire sight line, measuring it from a distance of 15 feet back from the edge of the roadway in our side drive, that entire sight line was within the paved area. It doesn't go over anyone's property. There's no easements required. There's no vegetation required to be cleared, other than a small corner of our property that had to be maintained. It would be maintained as a lawn anyways. But the remaining portion of the sight line is entirely within the paved area. In addition to, we updated the profile, which is in the upper left-hand corner of this page. We also, when we're looking at sight lanes, we also look at vertical constraints. The red line represents the actual line of sight. The green line below it represents the grade of the roadway. So the road profile does not come into play with obstructing it. More importantly, I think always a visual is a good thing too. So we took it two ways. You have two photos here. You'll see a red target. That target is set at an eye height of 3.5 feet, and that's where you're required to measure a sight line distance from an eye height of 3.5 feet to an object height of 3.5 feet. That's a requirement per state DOT specifications. So in the photo on the left, the target is located 15 feet back from the edge of the roadway at 3.5 feet where our driveway would be. The photo, I took the photo, I'm actually standing at the manhole in Stocking Mill looking back at the target, and you can see there are no obstructions in the way. And then vice versa, on the right-hand side, that photo is standing at 15 feet back from the edge of the roadway in the driveway, looking back towards the target. So it's looking back at that manhole at 3.5 feet for a total distance of 390 feet. So you can see that it is clear the entire way. There's no obstructions in the way. There was questions last time about different recreation areas. I identified on the back of the plans, the back of the site, we're proposing it to be a passive recreation area. My consideration of a passive recreation area is an area that's kept natural. It can be utilized for walking through. There's a stream in the far back, but we're not promoting any actual activities in that area. Or you can just use it as nature and have a nice quiet area behind your unit. And no obstructions behind your unit. In addition to, at the back right corner of building number 3, we did dedicate an area, as we call an active recreation area. This is an area where there could be picnic tables placed. It's a nice level lawn area, so people can go out and sit and enjoy nature also in that back location of the site. I'll also point out what's different in this development compared to a lot of other affordable developments that you see come through is the back, almost 50% of these units being building number 3, they all have basically a backyard behind them. So there's also area behind those. It's a nice flat backyard that they're going to be used before the grade starts to slope off. So 50% of the units actually have almost like a regular residential house where you'd have a backyard that's also usable. Last time we had submitted, we had not had a photometrics plan. In your revised set, we have added a photometrics plan. We are basically going to have 3 light poles on the site. They're all within the parking area between the back of buildings number 1 and 2, and then to the forward of building number 3. There will be 1 light pole located on the southerly side of our entrance drive. There's 1 located in front of building number 3 on the northerly side of the parking lot, and then 1 down towards at the far west end, or the back left end of the property. In addition to, we're proposing some smaller scale residential lights along the front of the walkway of building number 1 and 2. All the light fixtures will be dark sky compliant. This plan demonstrates that we won't have a spread of light onto adjoining properties. There was also questions about snow removal. One of the neighbors had a concern that when we pile snow within the site and in the parking area, it's going to melt and it's going to run off onto their property. This is a snow management plan that we had submitted as part of our application. I typically do a snow management plan for a lot of the multifamily developments that I work on. And if you see the notes on the far right-hand side, it identifies what is recommended for maintenance and snow removal and what type of different storm events we're looking at. But we also go through a calculation and make a determination based upon certain snow events as to how much room we really need to store snow. The blue areas on the plan are different areas that we're identifying that you can store snow. We depict on this plan that we can handle up to 3 8-inch storm events, and after that, they'd have to actually start removing snow. But more importantly, the concern about the snow melting and running off onto abutting properties. As part of the revisions to the plans, one of the things we did is we regraded the westerlymost parking lot, so it all slopes back towards the storm drainage system within our site. So as the snow melts, it has to go into that storm drainage system, and if you recall, our storm drainage system ultimately discharges to an infiltration system at the back of the site, so it cannot run off onto abutting properties. There was also a question from the property owner to the west about increase in stormwater runoff onto his site. As part of our response memo to staff in response to comments that came up, at the previous meeting, what I had noted was that there's presently a small crest in the land that basically runs where buildings number 1 and 2. So everything in front of building 1 and 2 presently at the existing house runs out to New Britain Avenue. And then everything from that point, that crest, again, at building 1 and 2, actually sheet flows off to the back towards the brook, towards Little Brook at the back. As part of our development, what will happen is all the roof leaders for all the buildings, all the paved parking area for the parking lot is all captured within our storm drainage system and then discharged to an underground system at the back portion of the site. Just flip a couple more. So this is our site grading plan. At the back of building number 3, you'll see an underground system. This is a system that consists of a series of rows of concrete galleys. This system is designed to capture all the runoff from the buildings, the paved area, for all 3 buildings, and then store it and allow it to infiltrate back into the ground. It's designed to capture all storm events for up to a 100-year event with no discharge, so it'll all be allowed to infiltrate back in the ground. What that does is, if you take a look at where the drainage areas are going today, you'll find that they're significantly reduced. The area that's going to New Britain Avenue gets cut in half. The area going to the rear gets substantially reduced also, therefore reducing the overall flow to both of those areas. More importantly, we broke out a separate area. We took a look at a smaller area that could potentially drain to the property, the rear of the property to the west. Based upon my calculations, the original area as it exists today, there's approximately 0.34 acres that drains overland to the back of their property. By the creation of this new system and capturing all the stormwater in the parking lot, that area actually gets reduced by 0.27 acres. So the remaining area is only 0.07 acres. That's actually just some landscape along the side of our property that would remain to drain. So it's substantially reduced. It's almost less than a tenth of what originally goes there overland today. So therefore, the overall flow is significantly reduced also. Sorry. There was also a comment last month, last time we were here, I think it was from Commissioner Hussey, about the Type B units. Type B units are the ADA accessible units. We did re-identify them on the plan. If you look at your zoning compliance plan in the package, what you'll find in the back building, the 9-unit building, there is 2 ADA units proposed. So the one on the far right, and then there's an additional one towards the center of the building that says ADA accessible. In addition to that, on building number 2, which is the left building on the front, the far left unit is ADA accessible also. How do we accomplish them being ADA accessible? Number one, they're bigger. They're overall wider. The door frames are wider to allow somebody with a disability to be able to get into the units. But more importantly, we have a sidewalk system that comes off the parking lot that is ADA compliant. So there's no steps from the parking lot through that sidewalk system into that unit. They'd be able to get up right onto the patio, right into the front porch or the back deck without having to deal with any stairs or any additional ramps. We've actually accomplished it without actually building ramps. We did all the sidewalks, so the difference between an ADA ramp is the ADA ramp can't exceed 1 foot and 12. An ADA accessible route can't be greater than 5%. So these walkways are no greater than 5%. So there's no ramps associated with them. To conclude, one other question was regarding blasting. As I had mentioned last time, we did a series of test pits for the underground detention system. And all those test pits were down easily to a depth of about 7 to 8 feet. We did not encounter any rock. Those test pits were at the back of the site. So we do not anticipate any blasting. But I would say that we can't 100% commit until we actually start excavation. The important thing to know is the 2 front buildings would not be on basements, so there's not deep excavation. There's existing house there with a foundation, and there's no blasting that we knew of that occurred for that house also. But we do not anticipate any blasting with this proposal. So in conclusion, it's in my professional opinion that the plans that we prepared and have submitted as would be built as proposed will have no safety concerns or impacts to the town or to the surrounding neighborhood. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our traffic engineer, Kermit Waugh.
Good evening. For the record, Kermit Waugh, the traffic engineer. If I may just forward this. So this is the first traffic slide. It shows the queuing table I included in my response to the staff comments. One of the questions the staff asked me to show is the actually north-southbound queue on Covey Road, but rather northbound queue at a driveway intersection. If you look at the table, there's a bunch of 0 at the bottom. The 95th percentile northbound queue during those all 3 peak hours is 0. In other words, 95% of time when you go there, you go northbound past the driveway on the left, there's no queue there. So, we are providing that do not stop, do not block intersection box there as a precaution, if you will. But most of the time, there's no queue there that's waiting to make a left turn into the site. So that's not an issue. The second table was created in response to commission comments to create the traffic volume at the signalized intersection in a more readable format. So this is what I'm providing. Northbound, southbound, that's New Britain Avenue, then eastbound and westbound volumes. One thing to note is if you add up the highest numbers for each approach, say the northbound Route 160 during the afternoon peak hour, it's about 450, 470, right? Why that is relevant is, usually if you look at the capacity of each traffic approach at an intersection, it's about 600 to 700. So you compare 450 to the capacity about 600, 700, and that is the reason we are getting level of service A and B when this development is built. What I mean is we have more than enough traffic capacity at this intersection. Just by looking at this volume, you can tell it is not even close to running at a traffic capacity during the busiest hour. The third issue is about the pedestrian bicycle comments. I did those comments as part of our vehicular data collection. We are not required to do this by the zoning regulation, certainly. And in addition, to this February counts, we also went to the field, observed traffic and pedestrian conditions during the summer, and there's really no issue. Very few pedestrians. Certainly, I did not observe any pedestrian crossing at the signalized intersection. So it is my position that the area is safe and the intersection is typical for an intersection with these kind of peak trips, vehicular trips. And nonetheless, in response to the public comments, and the design team decided to remove the sidewalk within the right-of-way in response to the public comments. So our position is overall the intersection and the area near development site on Kobe is safe. The fourth item is about traffic accident records. I described in my response to the staff comment, I contacted the police department, and it turns out their records, mostly are not geocoded. In other words, you can get 300-400 accident records for New Britain Avenue during a year, but you really don't know where those accidents are. So that's really not very useful compared with the data I used, based on the UConn website. So that's the reason I'm sticking to the website, and the data show no issue as far as the traffic safety at the signalized intersection and also on Kobe Road. The fifth item is a question by the commission. What does level of service means? Does it mean safety? No, level of service does not mean safety. Level of service, it corresponds to a delay of an intersection or a traffic approach. In other words, it's a measure of delay. It's not a measure of safety. But nonetheless, our level of service are A and B, so no issue at all. Jim talked about the sidelines and the at a driveway intersection. So just wrap it up. It is my professional opinion that the proposed development will not impede or adversely affect the traffic operations on adjacent roadway network. Oh, before I stop, one final thing is we received an email from a resident, Ms. Marco. I just want to highlight this, some of her main points. She mentioned the option of additional driveway on New Britain Avenue, why we did not pursue that. And also she mentioned why we are not providing a traffic light at a driveway intersection. Traffic lights, first, it's not warranted because the volume is so low, and it's just simply not warranted for the driveway intersection on Kobe. As far as a second driveway on New Britain Avenue, the main reason is because the site will generate so few traffic, vehicular trips. If you look at my study, which was for 25 units, now we are reducing to 23 units. For 25 units, we are generating 10 trips, 13 trips, and 10 trips for the 3 peak hours. So if you try to, you wait at intersection, probably you wait there for 5 or 6 minutes, you can see, for 13 vehicle, probably 7 minutes. We average on about 7 minutes plus minus to see a vehicle coming into or out of the driveway. So it is not a busy intersection. So just based on those trip generation, just does not warrant a second driveway on a state highway. And Ms. Marco also mentioned why the traffic count was collected in February. That just the sequence of the study. The applicant tried to submit the application, during certain time, and I have to do this before the application package is put together. And overall, although this is an A30G development, I try to follow the guidelines of the zoning regulation and also typical traffic engineering practices, and I don't see anywhere in the zoning regulations say that, traffic counts during the winter month is not acceptable. That's simply not true. We do our best to collect most, relevant traffic data for this study in good faith. And we follow each and every regulations and typical engineering practices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kermit. Again, for the record, Andre Gomes, counsel for the applicant. At this point, I will turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the commission. If there are any questions, my recommendation, again, I defer to the commission, would be commission questions and/or public comment, whichever the commission would prefer, and then I request the opportunity to provide some closing comments at the end.
We're going to do the public first, and then the commissioner second.
I do just want to state for the record, we do have 2 pieces of correspondence I'd like to read after public comment.
Okay. So we would like to hear the public comment on this application. The public comment is for what has been presented tonight. So anybody from the public would like to speak?
Hi, how are you? 1130 New Britain Avenue, Rocky Hill. I have a couple questions and concerns.
Could we have your name, please?
Raymond,
Yeah.
1130 New Britain Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
I have some questions and kind of concerns about the traffic. Which one kind of worries me, which one I thinking the area is not really should be here, first of all, because everything all around, nothing really working together. There's no stores, no nothing. A lot of people going to live up there. You're talking probably, let's say, 50 people. It will be lots of kids and stuff like that. What they gotta do up there? They're going to walk through the streets, nothing all around to buy or something like that. So every day, let's say like I was driving to work or something at the farm, some kids working, and they going all the way from Home Depot all the way up to the farm. It is a trouble when the people walking up there. So, my opinion, those little kids up there, it will be 50. You're talking 25, everyone has kids. So that's biggest concern. Also, most important thing, this area still have water, like wells. I did walk the property a couple years ago before when it's actually for sale. And I just curious what's going to happen with the old barn, which one now is actually totally collapsed. Before it was partially collapsed. I saw up there some all kind of barrels, cans, rusted through some kind of chemicals or something. I know something will be built up there, so I just curious what's going to happen with that. Is it going to be pushed over and backfilled, or will be removed, let's say, phase 1 and phase 2 environmental done or something like that? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Tim Hoffman, 1056 New Britain Ave. Obviously, I'm here against it. I live in the area. First of all, I'd like to start with the traffic study. Has there been actual traffic counts on either New Britain Avenue, westbound and eastbound, and on Colby Road, northbound and southbound? because I don't think there has been. I haven't seen any counters. And you don't take into consideration in Newington on Culver Street, all the apartments that are going up out there, all the units there. It's a dangerous intersection, regardless of what a computer-generated program tells you. It's a dangerous intersection. I'm sure you've all been on that area and know the traffic there. It's not good. When it comes to that property, yes, we all have wells around there, most of us. That property has a well and a septic. What is going to go on with the existing well and the septic that's been sitting there? Who knows? Maybe you need remediation or something. Has the ground been affected? You know, has our water been affected from it seeping? You know, the units. I mean, affordable units. I get it. We all can agree that we need housing, but why do we need to put apartment-style houses in a small property like that in a residential area where there's all houses and a farm? Doesn't fit in. I mean, it just does. It's not the right thing. You're affecting our lives, all of us that live in that area. Our lives are affected by it. Living there in a nice country area of town, and quite frankly, I don't want my area of town looking like the rest of town, a little city. And this is what it's going to start looking like. You guys need to make the right decision for the people, us, the people that live in this town all our lives and dedicated to this town. Make that right decision. Put that 830G statute aside. You people have the right to decide whether a development is the right thing or not for this town. It's not the right thing. I appreciate if you vote no on this, reject this application.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm James Campanario. I live on 1107 New Britain Avenue. I'm nestled between Cold Spring Farm and the property that we're discussing now. I've grown up there. My grandparents owned the house. God rest their souls. I got the property many years ago. And a lot of good memories in that place. But things happened. The house next door to me burned down about 10 years ago, and it's still in that state. The barn next door to me fell down, still in that state. The barn fell down, fell on my shed, and it's still in that state. I spoke to the gentleman, Rakamimori, whatever his name is, and he said he'd take care of my shed. That was 3 years ago. Guess what? My shed's still broken. Anyways, the whole traffic deal is not good. Just because, I see all these numbers. I don't know how true they are, but I think they're a lot bigger than what we see on that thing over there. I just want to make sure that the kids and people in back of us have a good place to live and not being crammed up into a little situation like they're insinuating right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chris Duff, 1108 New Britain Ave. One of the things that I do appreciate pulling the sidewalk back. I live pretty much right across the street from this development, and I see, how hairy it gets, especially when people do go by on bikes. I agree, there aren't a lot of walkers, but there are people on bikes, and activity close to the road is pretty frightening. It can be frightening even putting your garbage cans out there when it gets dark, especially this time of year. One thing I don't think I saw in the revised plans was whether at the frontage between the road and the area in the back where they have the little backyard area, if there will be any sort of either a fence or vegetative barrier that would create further separation between the road and the back of those units. I know we can't assume that people will do things like making Uber drop-offs or fast food and that type of thing. So we won't assume that they'll do that, but we can assume that the people there want to have a nice backyard that'll be safe for things like pets. A lot of people have dogs, pets. Without having some blockage, it's a very dangerous road. It's not great to have to break out my shovel and scrape roadkill off, but sometimes you have to do it, and it's pretty common, and I would hate that to happen with someone's pet or, of course, with a person, someone has little kids. So as much as we can do to secure the front of that, keep it away from New Britain Ave, that would be great. I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm not going to dispute those numbers, but when I see weekday afternoon peak hour, 4:15 to 5:15, that's just not when people are driving home from work. That is a road that is a lot of people traveling from from the Berlin Turnpike through town. If you live there, it's more around between like 5:30 and 7. I would see it. So when I see a lot of traffic, especially this time of year, I know I have to sometimes wait. If I want to go to the street to talk to one of my neighbors, you got to wait through a red light cycle or so for it to be safe. So not here to dispute those numbers, but I would say that probably not what we would measure for the what from being there all the time I see as the peak. But mostly we just want to make sure we've got a safe site with as little impact as possible as the neighbors, good place to live for the people who are there, and making sure that people are away from the road because it is dangerous. Appreciate the sidewalk and the pedestrian safety measures that are being put into place, but if there's a way to tighten up further, that would be great. And then if we could get a timeline, if something does move forward, what that looks like, because having lived across from Burnout House for a number of years, that does not secure. I mean, you could walk right into it. It would be great if that started looking nicer a lot sooner because it's been a blight on the neighborhood. So it'd be nice to get rid of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Campanerio. I have a cold, so bear with me. I'm 1107 New Britain Avenue. I am the other side of that property that we're all talking about. I do appreciate that the consideration of putting a fence up on the other side of the arborvitae's near my property is taken. I do like that. I don't want it, like I said, don't want to ever take care of somebody else's vegetation like we are now doing. But I do now have a concern because I hear a lot of people bringing it up. We are well system, we are septic, and things like that. And I know that well next door and that septic system has not been used for quite a few years. The fire happened a few years ago. Nothing has ever been done with the property until it was purchased recently, which I do appreciate that. I understand that. It has been a blight property since that time. I understand he has to go through the zoning and all this kind of thing, and he has to follow rules and regulations also. But I have to agree with my husband. When that shed fell down on top of, when that barn fell down on top of our shed, we were promised that he would look at it. That he would come back that summer after he got rid of a quarter of it and go ahead with it. I don't feel he was fulfilling his promise, and I don't feel he's a very reliable contractor. If he can't do that kind of agreement and hold up to it, what makes him be able to hold up to anything else? That's all I have to say. And I am against it also. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Anyone else from the public? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go through the commissioners. Commissioner Lenko.
I do have two
Oh,
letters,
okay,
if I
sorry.
may.
We're going to
Sorry.
do the letters first.
Okay. And I know this came in today at 5:29. We do have in our legal notice, it does state if it comes in within an hour before the meeting. So from Jenny Marco, I believe it was referenced. Site entrance, it's an email. don't know, she's at 150 Kobe Road, cannot make the meeting tonight. She talked about the site entrance relocation, site driveway being moved north 95 feet directly across the street from 150 Kobe Road, question mark. What about the pole that is currently there with our mirror allowing us to see around the blind right corner? We already have a blind corner on our right, which we have a sign for as well indicating blind driveway. Moving the site entrance does not increase the total queue length. It just pushes it further down the hill, making that turn up the hill on Kobe Road more dangerous if vehicles are accelerating and not expecting stopped traffic. They added a quote-unquote "do not block" signage, but we already have signage on Kobe Road for my blind driveway, as well as quote-unquote "no pedestrian" sign at the intersection along with the oddly positioned traffic lights. This speaks to how dangerous this road is already. Why is Commissioners Hussey and Commissioner Mordhorst's suggestion from 8/21 meeting that there be an entrance on New Britain Avenue with a right turn only sign at the exit on Kobe Road not being entertained? Leaf pickup in the fall. There is not enough space by the road as it is for our house to rake leaves into a pile. Last year and this year, we have had to put our leaves across the street from our house to a place at the edge of that side of the street in order for it to be picked up by the town. How do we handle leaf collection now for our property? Safety and traffic. Did the applicant obtain information about positioning of the traffic lights per the board's request at the last meeting? Did it not see that in the submitted materials? Supplemental traffic letter 10/1/24. They called RHPD and refused to submit the traffic records because they did not reference specific accident sites. The records still exist, though, and should be submitted for review. Traffic study taken during the dead of winter in February is not an accurate reflection of a peak season or time of year to account pedestrian, cyclist traffic, or other congestion. Police chief approval letter is dated August 27. Has the police chief reviewed approved Rockamore's new revised plans? Applicant acting in bad faith. Bad faith argument that Rockamore cares about providing affordable housing. They originally were offering 8 affordable units, but now they reduced the number of units in Building 3. They are also eliminating one of those affordable units and will now only offer 7 affordable units, the bare statutory minimum to permit this type of cluster housing in this area in the first place. It is speculation for applicant to say that applicant does not anticipate that many, if any, school children will reside in the community. Leaves it up to townhouse renter in the Rocky Hill Board of Ed to figure it out, a safe pickup drop-off location, drop-off option. Not a solution, it's just kicking the can down the road. Items not addressed by the applicant's new submitted materials. Commissioner Hussey asked from 8/21 for existing trip generation numbers. Commissioner Hussey asked for renderings of the area for the benefit of residents directly across from where the driveway is being proposed. Commissioner Robbins noted the lack of accurate pedestrian cyclist numbers from February 24 traffic study, and Attorney Gomes said they look into that. But these new submitted materials dismiss those inquiries from Commissioner Robbins by simply stating there was no pedestrians in the area documented in the formal study or in the summertime when they returned to the area, which lacks any type of specificity about the time of day it was visited, for how long, whether there were cyclists on New Britain Avenue or Kobe Road, not just pedestrians, etc. I think there needs to be a second study conducted during a more peak season and time frame for more accurate depiction of the area. Also missing a response to Vice Chairman Zerilli's request for sight lines leaving the property, not just sight lines from Kobe Road. Explanation why traffic lights were installed the way they are. Explanation of why blight not addressed. Our police report of accidents in the area, explanation of traffic versus volume, written confirmation from police chief that do not driveway sign and box was sufficient to address his concerns about queuing at the driveway. That was one letter. We received an email dated today at 2:19 p.m. Please see attached letter outlining my thoughts, concerns pertaining to tonight's discussion on the site plan application Rockamore Acquisitions LLC. It is from Bob Boland. He's at 36 Andover Drive. I am submitting this letter in response to the subject agenda for tonight's public hearing meeting, which unfortunately I will not be able to attend in person. Please forgive the late submission of this correspondence, as I just found out about the meeting this morning. I understand this application is proposing 25 two-story townhouse-style apartments located at 1093 New Britain Avenue, Rocky Hill, Connecticut. I live just down the street on Andover Drive and have resided here for roughly 23 years. I travel frequently along Kobe Road and navigate the intersection with New Britain Avenue on a daily basis. During those 23 years, I have seen the volume of traffic increase, a change in the mix of vehicles to include large commercial trucks, and a disrespect for posted speed limits. Additionally, Kobe Road is a winding and sloping roadway from New Britain Avenue roadway intersection with poor visibility and traction in the winter months. Please note that a traffic light, not one but 7, replaced a single stop sign at the intersection of Kobe Road and New Britain Avenue a few years ago. It would be reasonable to assume that this action was taken for traffic control and vehicle and pedestrian safety. Additionally, both Kobe Road and New Britain Avenue lack pedestrian walkways. The addition of a 25-unit building as proposed will exacerbate these conditions and potentially result in increased property damage, personal injury. Additional car volume, dangerous accessibility, and added noise will impact the community negatively. Please take this into consideration as you evaluate the viability of this proposal. I am opposed to this project. And that is it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, again, for the record, Andre Gomes, counsel for the applicant. If I may, I'd like to respond to just some of the comments that we got from members of the public, and then certainly turn it over to the commission for any other comments, if that's acceptable. Sure. Okay. So in no particular order, we had a couple of comments on the number of school children. I believe one of the written letters said it was speculation. It's actually not speculation. There is data out there that you don't really see a lot of school children in units of 2 bedrooms or less, which is what we have here. So you're not going to see a lot of school children. That being said, it is typical practice, as I'm sure this commission is aware, to note, and this commission can impose this as a condition of its approval, that if there are children requiring a school bus stop, the applicant will coordinate with the Board of Education to ensure that the school bus can appropriately stop in a safe manner. That's typical. We'd welcome that condition of approval. It would happen anyway. And I'll also note, even if there were kids, it's not a valid basis for denying an 830G application, as this commission well knows. There were a number of comments about the existing condition of the site, including a comment about a barn, more a family here. The barn that fell down on the neighboring property was removed, I believe, the next day and shifted over about 30 feet. And the applicant is waiting for, as I understand it, he had requested that Eversource discontinue the utility lines to the property and is waiting for confirmation of the wire abatement from Eversource to then file the demolition permit necessary to clear and clean up the site. So it's in the works. Our hands are a bit tied with Eversource, which, as you can imagine, we can't put too much pressure on Eversource, but it is in the works. The applicant is making moves to try and clean up the site. There was a question about vegetation on Kobe Road. I'm going to try, of course now it's working. I'll go back to the site plan. One of the neighboring property owners had asked about, as I understood it, and I may not have understood the comment correctly, as to whether or not there would be vegetation essentially blocking people from using the back of Building 3 in between the buildings and the upland review area there from entering the road. The commission can see here between what we're calling the backyard to our Kobe Road is a property that is not owned by the applicant. So we couldn't do anything there, but it's vegetated today anyway. So there is a naturally occurring vegetated buffer there. The question of, there's some questions about the timing of the traffic counts. So one member of the public had asked whether we took existing traffic counts. We did, or Kermit did, and we have those traffic counts. You heard Kermit explain that with the combined traffic counts that there's more than enough capacity at this intersection to accommodate additional trips even beyond what are being proposed, the minimal trips proposed with this. As Kermit explained, everything here was done in accordance with industry standard, and traffic counts in February are perfectly acceptable, and there's no regulation or standard provision or policy indicating otherwise. And lastly, before I do turn it over to Jim to talk a little bit about utilities, because we heard some comments about the well and the septic and water and solid sewage disposal for the site, I do want to address some of the comments we keep hearing about compatibility. This doesn't fit. This isn't okay near a bunch of multifamily homes. Multifamily residential is still residential, and unfortunately we hear that a lot. And the question I usually ask is, well then where do we put it? In the middle of an industrial area, by the highway? And that's exactly what we're trying to address with a lot of these multifamily proposals. Multifamily communities are still residential, and the gentleman who spoke said that this commission needs to make the right decision for the people. There are a lot of people who need housing. Let's talk about those people who need housing and housing choice. And I'll talk about this in my closing comments, but that's addressed ad nauseum in the commission or the town's plan of conservation of development and affordable housing plan. Housing choice, housing supply, they're all addressed by multifamily communities like this. And I do this for a living, but I also personally believe in it. There is an unlimited amount of studies on the benefits of multifamily housing, not only from a sustainability and climate change perspective, but a housing choice and housing supply perspective, and I could go on and on. So I will, of course, turn it back to the commission for questions. I'm clearly passionate about this, but multifamily residential is residential, and I just want the commission to keep that in mind. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Got a little lost in my speech. There you go.
Again, for the record, my name is Jim Cassidy with the firm of Halsey, Pearson & Cassidy, 630 Main Street in Cromwell. I'm just going to go over a couple of the comments that were brought up by the residents. Number one, the question about utilities. As I mentioned previously, this development will be serviced by public water and public sewers. There is a former well and septic system on this property. Those would have to be abandoned per the state health code. We need to file a permit and show they're properly abandoned. What does that mean? Septic system, a tank needs to be pumped, either crushed or pulled out, leaching fields removed. So they will be abandoned. There's no effect on those systems if they're not being used right now. They tend to just dry up if they're not used right now, but they will be abandoned per state health code. Well, depending on what type of well it is, if it's a drilled well, it would need to be filled with bentonite, which is a solid concrete solution to plug up the shaft for the well. And also it would need to be documented to the health department to ensure it's done properly. So all those existing utilities would be abandoned per the state health code. All new utilities would be public sewer and water, so no new wells are being drilled on this property. The neighbor across the street, I believe, had a letter read into the record this evening. I apologize I didn't get the name, but she's been bringing up her concerns about how bad the sight line is on Kobe Road, how bad it is coming out of her driveway and looking down Kobe Road. There's a big difference in our driveway and her driveway. Number one, on the plan before you, if you can see where our driveway is coming in, on the left-hand side, you can see her driveway directly across the street. The big difference in the driveways is when you have a driveway, you typically want it on the outside of the curve. When you have a driveway on the inside of the curve, which their driveways are on, you start to have to look over land and obstructions. And I think it's evident when you really start to take a look at the photos. Again, the photo on the left, I think, is a prime example of this. The target is sitting up at our driveway, 390 feet away, with a clear sight. Off to the left, you'll see this vertical wall of vegetation. Their driveway is actually behind that, uphill and behind that. So they're, again, on the inside of the curve. They need to look through that. They can't obviously look through it. So yes, they definitely have a restricted sight line, but we don't have the same sight line they have. We have adequate sight line or sight, and then vice versa. If I'm same driveway, our same driveway location, when I'm looking from our driveway off to the south or to the bottom, I can see all the way to the intersection of Brent Avenue without any obstruction, so it's a clear sight line. The other thing I'll bring up, as Commissioner Zarelli brought this up last time, was the history of the traffic light that's constructed at New Britain Avenue. I did check with staff, Dr. Steve Soplak about it, and he was a little unsure as to why the traffic signal went in, and then a short time thereafter, there were additional traffic signals put in at high height right opposite the intersection of Kobe Road and New Britain Avenue. I do know a little bit about the history. I've obviously been around here for, I hate to say it, but 37 years. So I've done a lot of work in the area, and I was very familiar. I used to travel New Britain Avenue every day and was very familiar when they put the traffic signal in. And again, I think if we look back to the photo that I have up on the left, it's a prime example as to what actually they did. The state went in, they had an approval, they actually constructed the new traffic signal at Kobe Road. It was your typical span wire traffic signal where it hangs from wires and centered in the intersection and up at a higher height to be able to see it for oncoming traffic. If you take a look at the photo on the left, you can see again from Stocking Mill, you have a clear intersection or sight line to our driveway. What you notice is as you go around the corner on the left-hand side of the page, that you cannot see the traffic signal yet. What actually happens is you need to get up around that corner as you're traveling on Kobe Road to actually see that traffic signal. And by the time you get to that point, you're only a couple 100 feet away from that traffic signal. And it's sitting up high. You're still coming in at a bit of an angle. What the state found, and this is what I've heard talking to other people, is that it wasn't in a great, once they installed it, they realized it was not in the greatest or the optimal location for people headed southbound on Kobe Road to see. So what they did is they added 2 additional, what we call pole-mounted signals right opposite the intersection. So they're more at eye height, you're not looking up, you're coming in, you're coming around the corner, and they're right in front of you. So as a security measure, to make it an even safer intersection, they added those additional poles. You may remember many years ago when there wasn't a traffic signal, when you were trying to come out Kobe Road, you did have to wait for a significant period of time for a clearing in New Britain Avenue. That's why the traffic signal was installed, to alleviate that situation on Kobe Road. And I think it's done a good job, and it's also reduced accidents in that particular area by having a controlled intersection compared to the way it was previously. So that's what I know about the history of the traffic signal. With that, I guess we'll turn it back over to the commission.
Thanks, Jim. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just add one more comment to that regarding utilities on site through MDC. The commission may recall in our original application package, we submitted a request to MDC for preliminary findings. They, again, I can't control MDC, so it's taken a while, but the commission has the ability to impose that as a condition of approval. So if we don't get approval from MDC, we come back to the commission anyway. So it's protected either way to ensure that there are appropriate utilities at the site, and that's very typical.
Commissioner Lucko.
Yeah, I have a few questions about, mostly about traffic and sight distance. First question is, you mentioned that the town didn't have good geolocated data for accidents, and so you went to the Yukon website, which I assume is the Connecticut Crash Data Repository. Is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay. And you said that there was no accident was recorded on Kobe Road. Do they even record accidents on local roads, or do they just record state road?
Commissioner, I'm going to ask our traffic engineer to weigh in on this and other traffic questions.
For the record, Kermit Hua, yes, they do. What I say, there's no recorded that specific section of Kobe Road, fronting outside, during the past 3 years. Most recent, that's 2001, 2002, 2003.
Okay.
You might as well stay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, another question on the traffic analysis. When you do the level of service analysis, did you take into account the slope of Kobe Road?
No, I did not. There's no input generally for other than sort of a number of lanes, length of lanes. I know there's impact on the slope, but in terms of impact on delays, because level of service is an indication of delays, I think the slope has minimal impact on the delays. That's the reason it is not part of the input during the analysis.
Oh. Well, I don't know, just from experience, I know that if you're on a slope and you're going up slope and cars in front of you need to take a turn, you're not gonna get as many cars through the intersection when you have a slope. Especially if, you know what I'm saying? So that contributes to congestion, would it not? Because you're not getting as much traffic through the intersection as you normally would.
I think primarily the delays and, bad level of service relate to the traffic volumes. So we did collect the traffic volume in response to that gentleman during all 3 peak hours. We have more than enough spare capacity, we can judge based on those traffic volumes. So that's the sort of a main contribution to whether we have congestion or not. It's the volume.
Okay.
Commissioner, if I can just summarize, I think what Kermit is saying is that it's not industry standard to take into account the slope, and when you're doing the analysis, again, not the traffic engineer, but when you're doing the analysis for level of service or LOS, there's no input for things like slope. But even if it were to impact level of service, which he said is minimal, we have so much capacity here that it wouldn't really, and we have good level of service in the area, it would have a negligible impact, if any. Oh, sure.
Again, for the record, Jim Cassidy. One other thing I'd like to point out is what we've indicated on the plan is we have enough adequate space to queue 5 vehicles. From the point where our driveway intersects Kobe Road back to New Britain Avenue, the grade is gradual. That's when you get to the south, or to the north of the driveway, that's when the grade in Kobe Road starts to drop off.
Okay. Another traffic-related question. And I appreciate your comments about plenty of capacity, but I'm just trying to understand the traffic analysis a little better.
Absolutely.
The data that was used from the ITE trip generation manual appears to be data compiled, correct me if I'm wrong, from 1980s to 2020. And we know that in 1980, people didn't order on Amazon and have delivery trucks coming, every so often, or quite often, actually, in some cases. So I'm wondering if that data is not really representative, because it seems like newer data would be a better representation of what is actually going on.
Again, for the record, Kermit Hua, traffic engineer. This is a typical industry standard. If the commission insisted on that really affect the traffic analysis, I think, I recommend the commission, revise the zoning regulation or have a better source of data for future traffic studies. At this time, this is the best source of data for traffic engineers. This is it. You can ask any traffic engineer who does traffic studies. A trip generation manual, the recent version is the best source of data for trip generation purposes.
If I may, Kermit, can you just talk a little bit, just to put a little context on it, Commissioner, about the ITE, what the data is like in terms of the years that it's been collecting data, if it's nationwide, just give a little bit of context. And the point being that it's representative of a variety of situations and time frames, so.
I think it's more than variety. The emphasis is on this type of development. For example, this data does not apply to single-family homes. It does not apply to apartments in Manhattan or Brooklyn. It applies specifically to these type of low-rise multifamily buildings. Obviously, like you said, its time horizon expand to 1980s, probably even earlier, to present day. I think it includes all, most of the U.S. states, even some of the samples are from Canada. So just give you a sense of where those data is from.
And I think the key is to present day, so you're necessarily pulling some of the data and the more updated information, if you will.
Okay. One more question. Regarding site distance, Jim, you may have mentioned this previously. I apologize if I didn't hear it right. What is the minimum site distance for this?
The minimum site distance is 390 feet.
The minimum site distance. And what have you calculated as the site distance here?
What am I showing in the photo is 390 feet. And we can go further with it, but we're representing what's available.
Okay, so you're representing meeting the minimum.
Meeting the minimum.
And is that based on actual speeds, or is that based on the speed limit?
I believe we did based on the 85th percentile speed, is what it's typically done by.
85th percentile of actual or 85th percentile?
Actual.
Oh, okay. Okay, no further questions.
Commissioner Hussey.
Let's see, a few questions. I think the first one, Kermit, I guess you're going to have to get up for this one as well. So I can appreciate the fact that your queuing spot went to 5 instead of 4, which is, I think, advantageous for here. So Kermit, you've got, one of the things you mentioned was on 23 units, you're looking at 10 trips in a peak hour.
10, 13, and 10, yeah.
So-
Morning, afternoon, then Saturday, yeah.
Okay, does that coincide with the brochure that we've gotten under one of the myths that they talked about? And what it says is 5.6 trips per day. Is that kind of where you came up with that, or?
What brochure are you referring
So
to?
this is actually your brochure that was given to the commission.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Regarding one of the myths in terms of traffic. So it's under myth number 3, and what it states is townhouse residents average 5.6 trips per day.
Right, this
Is
is
what we would refer to. Is that where you came up with your number, or?
absolutely not. My trips, like the other commissioner discusses, was based on trip generation manual. So that's peak hour trip generation manual. That's not necessarily related to the daily, trips per unit.
So is that existing, or are you going with hypothetically what's going to happen?
It's a survey data based on similar developments around the country and including Canada.
hypothetically what's going to happen.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, so there's the existing counts of existing traffic, and then peak counts of what we anticipate the
Based on
new
the
traffic
numbers,
will be.
based on the numbers you had in the
Correct.
brochure. Okay. I think this one might be for Jim. The hatched out do not block area, is that an industry standard size, Jim, or is it that hatched out area?
It depends upon the intersection of the driveway that you're at. So on this plan, we're indicating the full width of the driveway. If it was a larger driveway, it would be bigger. An example would be Cumberland Farms. That is a bigger do not block intersection box because the driveway throat is bigger in that location. But otherwise, it's industry standard to include the entire driveway area.
Okay. The only reason I bring it up is I'm obviously trying to avoid any congestion with the opposing driveway directly north of that area. Now, if it was increased to a little bit larger, if we have a queuing situation and that particular neighbor is trying to head eastbound on Kobe and could possibly be blocked at that point, they wouldn't be able to nose into that area. If the hatched out area was a little bit longer, it gives them more of an opportunity to get into that queuing lane.
Longer in which direction, north or south?
Towards New Britain Ave.
So reduce the queuing.
It could be reducing the queuing.
So go back to what the police chief originally said was okay with him, which was the 4 queues.
You guys are the professionals, so I'm trying to alleviate any concerns with a neighbor coming out
Sure,
onto
we
that
could take that
onto
into
that area.
consideration and,
Yeah.
conditional approval and
Yep.
accommodate them by having additional call-out box.
Okay. How about the mailbox? It might be for Jim. I know it was located on the plan. It looks like it's closer to the entrance. Again, industry standards, or is that something that can be relocated further in the development only to alleviate cars possibly backing up?
Sure, we can relocate it someplace else if the commission would desire.
And I know you mentioned utilities, natural gas on site or possibly available?
Possibly available. We have made a determination as to whether it be natural gas or electric.
Or electric?
Yep.
Okay. I think I have. It might be, Mr. Chairman, I might be good for now. I might bounce back to me after everyone's all said and done.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moorhurst?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I haven't spoken all night. I was wondering if there was a measurement with the driveway that's been relocated a little bit further north. How close is that to the driveway of the house just to the north of that driveway?
Commissioner Mordhorst, I'm going to ask Jim Cassidy to come up.
Okay.
So I don't have an exact measurement, but when you look at the site plans, you can barely see their driveway. It's off the page. In, roughly scaling, I'd say it's probably about 150 to 200 feet from our driveway.
150 to 200 feet from the driveway. I believe the address is 145 Kobe Road.
So you're talking about the
To
driveway,
your driveway?
on the west side of Kobe Road? You're talking
Correct.
So that our
The
buddy property.
one that's assigned for the hidden driveway sign is for.
The hidden driveway signs are for the houses that are on the, I believe, on the east side of Kobe Road. Is you talking about where the mirror is? The sightline mirror?
Just beyond the mirror, there is a driveway that you don't see until you're almost on top of
Yeah,
it.
so that's about 150.
On the right side.
Yeah, this, again, so it's on the west side of the road, west side of Kobe Road. It's our abutting, the house on Kobe Road that abuts us on our east property line. So that driveway is about 150 to 200 feet away.
Okay.
They have a long, that whole peninsula of land you see on the site plans between us and Kobe Road is their frontage. So that's why their driveway's so far away from us. If I could flip back one page.
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah. So again, you can see, I believe you're talking about the house on the west side of Kobe Road that abuts us on our east property line. So it's kind of to the north of building number 3 on our plan. And you can see the driveway curb cut location coming out. So that's about 150 to 200 feet from us to the north.
Okay. Okay. Well, this is an observation. I've heard the reference to the ITE trip generation manual that's been used as the guideline for this. That was I might be wrong. That was last revised in September of 2021 when the country is basically shut down. So is that still accurate as far as trip generation? This would be for the traffic engineer.
If I may answer this
I mean,
question.
there was very, very little traffic in September 2021.
If I may answer this question, Mr. Commissioner. That was revised at that date, including all the data before that date. So it does not mean all the data was from that date during the COVID. Is that clear?
Okay. So in other words, it incorporates when traffic was normal.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's about it for me right now. That's it
Commissioner
for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbins?
Hey, just wanted to get some clarification on what I'm looking at here. On the table 1, the 95th percentile queues, you got 0 for northbound Kobe Road, 0 for eastbound future driveway site, southbound Kobe Road, westbound residential driveway. So what exactly do you mean by 0?
Zero means if you list all take 100 samples of the queues on the specific approach, say the first one, northbound Kobe Road, left turn and through, essentially the northbound through lane. Among the 100 samples, 95 of the 95 highest samples, 0. So in other words, among that 100 samples, probably top 1 or 2, you have vehicles. Beyond that, you have no vehicles during your sample hour. Why is that? Because we are generating so few traffic. Most of the time, you wait at the driveway, you don't see any traffic entering or exiting the vehicles. So probably the top 1 or top 2 samples, you see a vehicle, you catch a vehicle entering, exit. Beyond that, there's no vehicle blocking the northbound lane in relation to the driveway. So that's the reason it's 95th percentile 0.
Oh, okay, so that's just dealing with the blocking.
Yeah, the blockage, exactly.
And then on table 2, just trying to make sure we got our directions straight. So we got northbound Route 160, southbound Route 60, but that's New Britain Avenue, right?
New Britain Avenue, right.
So doesn't that go east and west?
Well, it's sort of it's not exactly north of, I try the best, I can sort of give you a orientation.
But the next one says eastbound Kobe Road, and that one definitely goes north and south.
I would say northeast, probably. I don't have the map in front of me yet.
Oh, I mean, the true north arrow on the table is, yeah, it's just,
I understand.
it's just kind of like
It
160 is really going more
It may be
east and
confusing,
west,
but
and-
if you
and,
look at it, you know what.
And Kobe's going more north and south. So it just, because then I'm just trying to relate the southbound of Kobe Road left turn to the eastbound Kobe Road over here, where you use different terminology.
We may have just had our directions flipped in that table, Commissioner.
We're doing the best we can, Commissioner. It's not exactly, north and south.
And eastbound on Kobe Road, I presume, was southbound, meant to be southbound. I think that's what he's.
No, northbound.
East northbound? No, so look,
No,
Oh, yeah, southbound. Eastbound is southbound. You're correct.
yes. We may have just been looking, Kermit may have just been looking at it from the site driveway and had the directions mixed up. So it doesn't impact the data, it's just the directional signal, the directional notations were flipped.
okay. I mean, that's something we should correct for the final documentation?
Certainly, I defer to town staff. We're more than happy to submit a corrected, the commission can impose that as a condition of approval, but we can put it on the record that the directions were flipped, and that for, at least for our purposes as the applicant, is sufficient to clarify the record. But if staff or the commission wants something clarifying as an approval condition, we're more than happy to submit the tweaked table.
Okay.
Again, it doesn't impact the numbers, it was just the directions were flipped.
And I guess the other question I have is just, there's no, am I correct in saying there is no proposed sidewalk along the front of this property? For the
Correct.
public
No
use?
public sidewalk, correct. So in response to commission and public concerns during the August public hearing regarding pedestrian traffic along New Britain Avenue and crossing Kobe Road or crossing New Britain Avenue, we removed the public sidewalk and pushed a sidewalk internal to the site closer to the buildings and looped it around to, it's a little bit difficult to see on the plan, but looped it around to the parking lot.
Oh, okay. I was just under the impression we were trying to put in sidewalks everywhere we put in new developments. Or there's a fund for, in lieu of sidewalks, to help put it in at a later date.
So we were responding to commission and public comments and concerns regarding pedestrian traffic along New Britain Avenue. Our original plan had public sidewalks along our site frontage because you're correct, Commissioner. Generally, most towns want to see sidewalks on new development. But again, we were responding to staff comments. I believe, if I recall, or staff comments, commission comments, excuse me, and public concerns as well. I don't believe, and I'll look to Jim for this, I don't believe staff was concerned either way, whether it was the public sidewalk or whether it was the sidewalk internal to the site. There were no concerns from staff. We were really just responding to commission and public concerns.
Oh, all right. I'll defer back to Kim on that one, because we've had lengthy discussions about the need for sidewalks.
Came out in the last meeting that determined the sidewalk on the right-of-way was a dangerous location there, and then it incurred danger at the Colby intersection to create a crosswalk there.
Oh.
That's what came out in the last meeting, so they responded by eliminating it and creating a circular pedestrian. They created,
All right, good thing your memory's better than mine.
you know,
And then, this is just a question that came up, but you know, if a school bus needed to service the property, what was the concept? Would the school bus turn into the parking lot and then do a K-turn or?
So I'll bring Jim Cassidy up here. We do have a truck turning plan for a fire truck, but it would ultimately, I think, be up to the Board of Education what they'd prefer to do, but
Yeah.
Mr. Cassidy can weigh in on that.
Again, for the record, Jim Cassidy. So, as Andrea mentioned, we do have turning maneuvers where what we call an SU-30, single unit 30, which is similar to a bus, would be able to pull into the site. Ultimately, it's up to the Board of Education. But I would think it's going to be similar to any other pickup location along any other road in town or state highway, where they're probably going to typically stop in front of the site for a very short period of time to pick up school children. Typically, I know Board of Educations don't like to go into individual sites unless it's a massive site. But I think in this case, they'd probably be stopping at the site driveway with Kobe Road for a very short period of time, just as if there were residential houses that were built on this lot. You know, we could accommodate probably 4 residential houses, 4 driveways, and they would typically stop in front of the driveways. It's a very similar situation.
Thanks. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Brescia.
Well, while you're talking about the school bus stopping there on Kobe, so would they stop in that box area? Would that be a safe place for them?
So again, that's ultimately up to the Board of Education. I don't know what the route is for the buses. I don't know if they're going to be going down New Britain Avenue and then turning around and coming back to the school system. I don't know if they're coming up Kobe Road and stopping, but typically they'll stop in front of the driveway. I can't say whether they're going to stop in front of the do not block intersection box. I mean, to me, it'd be a logical place to stop in that no vehicle should be moving anyways when a school
Right.
bus has its red flashing lights going.
Correct.
So if they're in the box, no vehicle should be worried about making a left turn into our site at that point. I would think that'd probably be the safest location, but at the end of the day, it's up to the Board of Education as to how they're going to want to service if they do need to provide school bus to this site.
Right, okay, so, and then along that line, on Kobe Road, so there was no sidewalks on Kobe Road that, okay. What about for bicyclists? Putting like a little bike, they have all the, clean streets now with those little bike paths on the side there, and
Like a bike lane or a
yeah,
share
like a
road?
bike lane or a wheelchair lane, but it's very small, and it's usually blue, I believe. I had heard about it recently.
I mean,
Well, yeah, if you're talking about a bike lane like along New Britain Avenue, I mean, that's a much bigger project. I mean, there's a widening New Britain Avenue, and you wouldn't widen just a section in front of the site to accommodate a bike lane. That's not going anywhere. There is a shoulder along the road with a white line. Obviously, there is a good amount of width out there, but that would ultimately be a state project if they do want to provide a bike lane all the way up and down New Britain Avenue. Kobe Road, I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that when you take that right, when you go to the traffic light, if there's bicyclists in your community,
Sure.
you just don't want them to be set up for failure to get out, to even get out of there.
so a bike lane running on the western side of
just
Kobe
up to the light.
New Britain Avenue.
I don't know, and I don't know, because I'm not, that's,
Ultimately, it's not something we can agree to provide because it would be
Yeah.
subject to, apologies,
Yes.
it would be subject to town approval, likely Public Works, but that, we could take a look at it. I'd suggest that the commission, if it's interested, say that the applicant may make reasonable efforts to explore the addition of a bike lane, because I can't agree to it.
Yeah.
And because it's not our decision.
Right, correct.
Ultimately, but we can explore it.
because I think while we're talking safety, there's all sorts of routes for safety that we need to explore. And I've seen someone in a wheelchair go up and down New Britain Avenue. And, I wish that we had sidewalks that made the length, but I think that's something, we all need to think about. If people need to be in a wheelchair to go up and down New Britain Avenue, there needs to be a sidewalk, and there needs to be good access to that sidewalk. So I really think that needs to be considered as well, okay? I had a question on Table 2 of the existing traffic volumes.
Well, Commissioner, actually Kermit is up here, but I think Kermit had something to add regarding the bike lane or the share row.
I think the first thing is, offsite improvements, I'll leave it to the attorney to say whether, justification for offsite improvements in relation to the development. The thing about bike lane is you want to make sure, I think most towns, they have a bike lane plan, townwide.
Correct.
I think two things to consider. One is whether you have the demand. Second, whether the roads are safe for bicyclists. I'm not familiar with the whole length of Kobe Road, but just from some conversation during this hearing tonight, one of residents talking about the sidelines. Obviously, there are some curves, and also you have to consider the width of the roadway, whether it's a good idea even to add a bike lane, even you have the right of way, or whether it's a good idea to add a share row. What we call share row, essentially just put some bike markings in a traffic lane. In other words, you share the lane with vehicular traffic. I think that's something really is a townwide effort, even state level effort. You have to plan out bike corridors in a town. I think it is not helpful to just willy-nilly just put a sign or put some marking there, give people a false sense of safety. That's the thing I'm worrying about. You put a sign here, you lead people to think this is safe. Actually, you have not, take a broad view of it, whether this actually safe for people to ride their bicycle or walk on it.
Right.
It's a big effort.
It's something to think about, and I just thought about it when you were putting the box in, because, that's a great start. I mean, and you do have some ADA accessible housing units, so what if you have someone in a wheelchair?
Yep.
I don't know.
So again, I'd suggest if the commission were interested in that, something, again, we can't agree to it because we don't have the permission to
Right.
do it.
Oh,
But
no.
and it's a town road, at least Kobe Road, and then New Britain Avenue is a state road. But the commission can put something along the lines of the applicant will explore the feasibility of doing a share row or a bike lane or some other accommodation down Kobe Road, and we'll take a look at it. That's the best we can say right
And
now.
so when you're going to put the lines in, is that something you would do?
Correct, subject to, it would be us, right? Yep, correct, subject to town approval, and we already have Mr. Sopelak's sign off on that.
And then will you upkeep that when the lines get beat up and, you'll put them in again?
Yeah, certainly it would be subject as part of our approval, and I'm sure the applicant can say in the long
they
term,
fade?
if there needs to be additional paint put down to
Okay.
ensure the box is there, the commission, excuse me, 'tis the season for colds, right? The commission also retains enforcement authority as well for this and other improvements proposed by the applicant.
And Table 2 with the existing traffic volumes, was that from the trip generation manual?
No.
Did you actually go out there to do the trip generation?
Actually, I hired a traffic counter. What he did was he set up a camera, cover the whole intersection, record all those volumes during those hours. Then he
During the
take a
times that are
video-
listed?
Take a video back to his office. He run a computer program, and so that generate the highest volume. By the way, while on this topic, I'm responding to one of the comments.
But I'm not done yet. So can I just
I'm
finish
sorry,
my
go ahead.
thought?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
So what was the day, date, and time of these? These were the new ones, right? The revised ones?
So the ones that you see in the October 3rd traffic memorandum, Commissioner, are not new. They are, I'll say clarified or simplified. I believe it was Commissioner Hussey during the August public hearing said that the existing volume table in the original traffic report, it was just not clear. There was too much data there, so there was a request to simplify it. So this still goes back to February. I don't have the exact year.
February
Is
of
it February?
2024?
Yeah,
Kermit is pulling the date.
February this year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so these are the same traffic counts.
Okay. I'm just looking in the parking lot. So you have the 2 units that are ADA accessible on either end of 1 and 2? Is that correct?
Excuse me. I'll ask Jim to.
So for ADA accessible units in building number 3, which is the back building, we have 3, or so we have 2. The one at the far east, the far right end of the building is ADA compliant. And then you also see one towards the center of that building. It's a bit wider and it's ADA compliant. In addition to, on the front building, the front left building, the far left one is ADA compliant.
Okay, and the parking spaces to accommodate the ADA accessibility are near there?
So we do have the 2, we're required to have 2 ADA spaces, which are, yes, there's 2 ADA spaces in front of building number 3. Then there's one far down at the far left end of the site for another ADA space.
And the sidewalk goes all the way around, so it'll be a nice smooth.
There's a sidewalk in front of each one. with
Okay,
direct
because
access to the
I'm
scene.
looking at building 2, and that sidewalk goes all the way around onto the side of building 2? So it's level?
Building number 2, it feeds the back of the building. So that's where the ADA entrance is at the back of that building.
Okay, but there is a sidewalk on that
Correct.
west side, that
Yep.
wall. Okay. So the fence, the white fence that you're going to put on the side abutting the other property,
Correct.
is it 8 foot or 6 foot?
6 foot.
6 foot? You want to do an 8 foot, a little higher?
No, typically, I apologize, maybe Kim can clarify this. Was there an ordinance on the height of the fence?
The regulations allow for a 6-foot high fence. Anything above that would need a zoning variance.
Okay. All right. And the accessible units all have lighting, so that
Yes.
anyone needing to see at night
Yep. So the whole back parking area is lit.
On the apron in the front, going out to Kobe Road, are you gonna put like a little line or dividing something so people, when they come in, don't cross?
The driveway?
Yeah,
Yeah, so on the plan, it indicates that, number 1, there, on the exiting lane, there is a 12-inch white stop bar. You see a label as SWB, so solid white stop bar. In addition to, we indicate that there's about a 30-foot section, a double yellow line, to demarcate the 2 lanes as you enter and exit.
perfect. That's the question I had. Okay. That's it. That's it for me.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been already dealt with, except for a member of the public brought up like deliveries and how things will circulate in the site, so I wanted to have a couple questions on that. First of all, is your official address Kobe Road now? Or is it gonna be New Britain Avenue, since you're getting rid of the curb cut in New Britain Avenue? Is it like 1A Kobe Road, 2B Kobe Road? What's gonna be like your official address?
That's something we'd have to ultimately work out with the building department. Official address, the project's called 1093, New Britain, or residence at 1093. So we're hoping we can keep a similar address, but ultimately it's gonna be up to the building department.
So like, Unit 4, how would I know what my address is on Unit 4? What would it be?
If I
1093,
may,
4?
by law, the building official assigns the addresses. So he may very well assign building numbers along with separate unit numbers, but that would be up to the building official.
Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to know. Which takes me to my second point. We talked about deliveries, circulation, and pedestrian flow. And so you have all your buildings, you have the building 2 and 3, 1 and 2, technically the front of the buildings are on New Britain Avenue. So when you park your car, is the mindset that you're gonna walk into the rear of your, so that means your deliveries will go there, and so will that be like your official front door?
For deliveries, or if it's like an Amazon delivery, they can walk along the front walkway. That's what
Yeah,
made the loop, that's what made the loop system.
Just trying to make sure we're all on the same page about how people circulate around, because there've been some question about, like Uber. ultimately, the goal is not to have someone park on New Britain Avenue. So if your address is gonna be 1093 New Britain Avenue, and you're a driver delivering, and we don't want you stopping on New Britain Avenue that's kind of the goal, that's kind of where I'm going with all of this.
And that's
You know, that,
a good reason that the sidewalks got pulled off the Britain Avenue too and further back, so then there's no incentive.
yeah.
for-
Which leads me to my next thing, on your landscaping plan, LS1, and marrying it with your lighting plan. Can you explain I'm assuming it's gonna be a lawn, but are those just like pear trees? I mean, what do we got going on New Britain Avenue there? We got six.
They're
one, two,
canopy
three-
trees.
They're just
they were-
canopy
they're-
trees?
They're oaks, kind of to create a street front like you would
Okay.
in a residential subdivision. So they're larger canopy trees to be similar to what
And
is.
they went in place where the sidewalk was, so they're kind of like away
They're
from
in
the right of
front-
way,
yeah,
or?
they're in the front, yeah. So we have ample area between our internal sidewalk and the street line.
Mm-hmm.
So we could have a bigger tree that would grow and flourish in that area.
And is your goal to screen, or is your goal to just break it up? Is your goal
Break it
to
up.
screen?
No, to break it up.
break
It's
it
not a
up?
solid screen.
And you're relying on the shrubbery in front of each unit, like
I
those
tried to
beds
make
there?
it similar to a residential house, to a regular residential house, where you would have a nice front porch, a walkway coming off it, and you'd have typical foundation plants, or foundation plantings along the front of it. So that was the purpose of the shrubbery. So you're sitting on a front porch, and, you can see out to New Britain Avenue. And then also want to soften it by putting the canopy trees along New Britain Avenue, make it more of a residential flair, rather than a solid barrier.
So, just so we can alleviate, I don't know if we can influence the building official to say it's a Kobe Road address versus a New Britain Avenue address, but I just want to go on the record to say that, to avoid any confusion about stopping for deliveries on New Britain Avenue, we should consider Kobe Road as the address for this project if it goes through.
Another thing to note is we did accommodate a loading space on site, so that Amazon truck or UPS truck can come.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
pull
once you have the same person going there, they know what to do. But these are the onesie twosies that, they stop there and they're just gonna pull over into the lawn between the two trees, and that's why I was asking about all that, and then the photometrics. So the front of the building will have the cutoff lighting, on New Britain Avenue, and then you'll have the cutoff lighting, similar to on the front of Building 3, but nothing in the rear of Building 3. And then nothing in the rear of Building 1 and 2 on the parking lot, except for what you got in the islands?
Yeah, other than the typical wall sconce at the doorway,
Okay.
nothing.
So no wall packs, shining down wall packs or anything that will influence other properties?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to interject, if I may, regarding the address issue. I just want to be clear. I'd respectfully request that the commission, if it wants, indicates a preference, but does not impose it as an approval condition, because again, that's the building
Oh,
officials.
yeah, no, I understand.
I just want it to be clear for the
I'm gonna
record.
put it on the record that I think that, and I hope everybody concurs, that having a New Britain Avenue address would confuse people who don't live there, and that's what we want to deter, the confusion. So that's why I'm bringing it up as the address. I understand.
Understood,
I understand what's going on with that.
Yes, understood. Just a preference, not a approval condition, please.
Along those lines, I would recommend directory signs as far as what units are in what building. If you're going to have different addresses for different buildings.
So, and finally, my final question is, it hasn't been brought up yet, but we went down a unit for affordable, and this commission loves affordable housing. So how do we get back to 8?
So we, as the commission will recall, we went down 2 units in response to commission requests for more parking. We couldn't have it both ways. To provide the additional parking, we had to reduce the units, and financially, it does not pencil out. That's just the reality, to provide 1 additional unit. So by losing the 2 units, the 30% brought us down to 7, and we understand the commission's intent, but unfortunately, it just does not pencil out here.
So how do we get to 8?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, it's just not possible here.
It's not?
No, it's
So
not.
those 2 units decided the 1 unit, affordable unit?
Correct. And not only that, but the additional development costs, additional parking and things like that, the other improvements, it does not pencil out. We've taken a look at it, or I have asked the applicant to take a look at it, and it just does not pencil out.
And you guys mentioned that as part of the demolition and the cleanup of the site, you're waiting for Eversource. If you can just provide that CRS number to staff so we know what you're waiting for, so that way we can make it part of our, it's been on our blight list forever, and we keep on asking about comments, and just to update the town staff with that CRS number, that would be great, so we can just keep it going on how that demo work is, what we're waiting for when it comes to cleanup of the property.
Understood. And I can look to Mr. Nakamura for that, but I believe Eversource discontinued the wires, right? You're just waiting for the wire abatement letter. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's Gaetan Rockamora, 86 Fox Hill Drive in Rock Hill. The wire was just removed. So now I need a letter from them stating that the wire is removed, so I can bring that letter to the building department. The letters
And get
for
your
the
permit
abutters
and-
are all ready, everything's ready to go.
Okay.
The registered letters are ready to go, everything's just gotta be brought to the post office and we're done. So as soon as I get that letter, I go down to the building department.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I have no further questions. Does anybody else have any further questions before we release it?
I have one question, yes. So I know it's an 830G, and I know Attorney Gomes, you're gonna
do my
probably slap
thing.
me on the wrist right here, but I want to talk aesthetics. So on the front cover page of everything we've seen, we're looking at a multicolored structure that's got different types of siding. We're looking at possibly a vertical and horizontal. Now we fast forward to the back of the page and we're looking at a strictly horizontal siding structure. Kind of monolithic type of, if I say boring look. This is something that's going to be seen on New Britain Avenue. Where are we with what this will actually look like?
So am I understanding, Commissioner, that that yourself or potentially the rest of the commission prefers the more?
Well, it's a big difference. If you look at the color rendering in the beginning of the packet versus the end of the packet,
Understood.
they're completely different.
Yep, the
And again,
elevations versus the rendering.
Correct. You're looking at something that everyone will look at. We just, Chairman Zarilli just talked to Jim Cassidy about, you're not shielding this building.
Correct.
You're just providing canopy. So I would implore you to make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible. It could be a combination of colors, could be different siding materials. I don't know where you're at with that, and maybe Mr. Rockamora can address that as well.
Do you want to come up and talk?
Just quickly, the buildings will look more like the front page, whether I use clapboard or vertical siding.
Combination
A
of
combination
siding.
of both, and we can change up the colors to make the buildings look more aesthetically pleasing.
Okay. Thank you for that. No further questions, thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Morris, you have anything?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
With that, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So as the commission knows, it's now my job to take what we heard tonight and the volumes of records that the commission has read, both tonight and at the initial public hearing and with our initial submission, and really boil it down to its essence. And as always, I'm going to start with the lens through which the commission has to evaluate all of this evidence, which is General Statutes 830G. So friendly reminder, since it's been a couple of months, 830G provides that if the proposed community preserves 30% of its proposed units for 40 years for households earning at or below the lower of 80% AMI or area median income or statewide median income, then the zoning commission can only deny the application if there's a substantial public health or safety concern that clearly outweighs the need for affordable housing and which cannot be addressed by reasonable changes to the plan. Here, these two-bedroom affordable households, just to put some context on it, will be available to folks making approximately $66,000 to $88,000 per year or less. These are your teachers, your police officers, your emergency services providers, your municipal employees, recent graduates, and the list goes on and on. Looking at public health and safety specifically, the record shows that there's no health or safety issues with the proposed plan. Importantly, you have sign-off from staff, from the town engineer, from the fire marshal, and the police department on the plans as revised. We've met all standards regarding stormwater and erosion control, and the commission heard Mr. Cassidy explain how stormwater conditions on site will actually improve post-development. We've confirmed that there are no impacts off-site, whether regarding stormwater, lighting, as you asked about, Mr. Chairman, or otherwise. And then we talked a lot about traffic during this public hearing. And I think one of the main themes that you hear is minimal impacts and industry standards. So we have minimal increase in trips post-development. We have no sightline issues entering or exiting the site, and no queuing issues during peak hours. While our original plan met all of these standards, we went a step above and beyond and added the do not block box sign. We moved the driveway. We incorporated the signage. We took these photos that Commissioner Hussey had requested, depicting exactly what the sightline looks like. And again, we reached the same conclusion, no public health or safety issues. You heard Mr. Hua testify about how there's more than enough capacity here on site, and we have a good level of service on site existing, and again, post-development. And I hope the commission understands that all of these revisions we made to the plans were in response to commission concerns and staff concerns as well, and an indication of our commitment to trying to partner with the commission and the town in developing this community. And of course, as we explained at the very first hearing and in our initial application, the buildings will be fully code compliant, but of course, you have the building official confirming that before issuance of building permit. And then I did want to remind the commission, we also have some additional eyes at the state looking at this. This development will require a general permit for a stormwater discharge from the DEEP, and it will also require an encroachment permit from the DOT. So you have the state, two different departments at the state looking at this application and an additional set of eyes. The record going back to 830G talking about affordable housing need, there's a lot of data in the record regarding affordable housing need. Again, in 2023, the state's 10% list, which lists out the affordable, meaning deed restricted or governmentally funded housing units in a town, showed that 4.68% of Rocky Hill's housing stock were affordable. But rents are rising everywhere, supply is down, demand is up, and there's a significant need in Rocky Hill and in everywhere. And the need is certainly met, and the data is available in the record, as we mentioned. And then, of course, while not directly relevant to an 830G, I think it's important for the commission to recognize the plan fulfills or furthers a number of the goals in the town's own plan of conservation and development and its affordable housing plan. We have a POCD that acknowledges that much of the town's multifamily developments were constructed in the 1970s. So they're not appropriate or good enough, to put it colloquially, for today's housing needs. We need more, we need better. And one of the suggestions in the POCD to address these issues and address the need for affordable housing is the development of smaller units with lower maintenance costs and obligations. The Affordable Housing Plan also suggests increasing the number of deed-restricted units in the town. And it's one of its strategies for increasing supply in town and focusing on the expansion of housing choice within Rocky Hill. And then I'll also mention CROG commended the town. While they didn't have to write anything because the referral wasn't applicable, they did take the time to commend the town for its great work and in providing housing choice for persons of all backgrounds and ages, even though, again, a referral was not required. So to put it simply, and I could go on, but I will read the room, the application checks all of these boxes. You're taking an unsightly, underutilized site and turning it into a productive, attractive community that will provide much needed housing in accordance with the town's goals and plans and provide that housing choice. Respectfully, the law shows that because there are no substantial public health and safety issues, the commission's obligated to approve. But again, you have all of these additional benefits and wins, if you will, with the approval and development of this plan. So with that, I'll thank the commission for its time and its patience these last few months, and I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I hear a motion to close the public meeting?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so we're off to the second public hearing.
you want to take a break, or do you want to keep going?
Onward.
Okay, okay. Why don't we,
You want a break?
I'll go after this one.
Sure. Yeah. We'll do it after this public meeting.
okay.
Thank you.
Sorry,
No problem. You're good.
trying to keep pace.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, want me to read it, or you want to read it?
Okay, I can read it.
All right.
Okay. This is a legal notice, Town of Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning Commission. The Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning Commission will conduct a public hearing immediately following a continued public hearing, which is scheduled to begin at 6:30 PM on Wednesday, November 20th, 2024, in the council room, second floor of Town Hall, 761 Old Main Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut. To consider the following: 1, zone change and special permit site plan application, GWL 77 Brook Street LLC, proposing to change the zone from OP Office Park to BP2 Business Park 2 zoning district, and proposing to reconfigure the building to be approximately 95% warehouse space with the remainder office, raise the roof height, reconfigure access driveways, parking areas, and add loading docks for property located at 777 Brook Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, in an OP Office Park zoning district, ID number 16-273. Legal notice was dated the 7th and 15th day of November 2024. The applicant's team can come to the podium.
Good evening. My name's Anthony Garrett. I'm with the firm Bill Garrett Group, Architects and Planners, Ridgefield Park, New Jersey. We were here before this board informally back in, I believe, March to discuss the opportunity to request a zone change and put forth our site plan approval application. And we're back tonight after having developed the plan, submitted it, and we are here to seek that zone change and the Planning Commission's approval for our site plan. We'll have 3 witnesses tonight. Ms. Christy Sariego, who represents the owner, GWL 777 Brook LLC. And we have Danius Verbikis, I think I got that right, Artel Engineering, the civil engineer who prepared the site plans that the commission has and the staff's reviewed, and myself, Anthony Garrett, who will provide some architectural testimony and probably some planning proofs at the end of this should we need to put those on the record. Just briefly, the site is located on the north side of 777 Brook Street. It was formerly occupied by the Connecticut State Lottery. They were before the commission, I believe, back in 2007. They were granted approval to occupy approximately 50% of a 90,000 square foot building for offices, and 50% was used for warehousing. There are loading docks located along the east side of the building. It's a 1-story building, approximately 20 feet tall. We're here seeking a zone change because our clients attempted to lease the building. It's been very difficult with that amount of offices. So we're here to request a zone change to permit, by special permit, the use as a warehouse. The last thing I would point out is we are proposing a very small addition at the west side of the building, which is the opposite side of the building from where the condominiums are right now, and that would be the primary loading area. We're proposing it as an addition. From a constructability issue, more difficult to underpin footing, so we felt it was more appropriate to put a small 3,300 square foot addition at that west side, which makes constructability much more economical and less impactful to the site. So that being said, I'm going to cut my initial comments shorter, sorry they were as long as they were, and introduce Ms. Christy Sariego.
Good evening. My name is Christy Sariego. I'm the Director of Property Management for GTJ REIT. The applicant GWL 777 Brook LLC is a single-purpose entity under our umbrella. A little bit about our company. We engage in the acquisition ownership and management of commercial real estate. We have about 50 properties located in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, North Carolina, with the majority of the properties located in the tri-state area. As Anthony had mentioned, our property at 777 Brook Street is currently vacant. The prior tenant that occupied was Connecticut Lottery, and they vacated the premises a little over a year ago. Since that time, we've had groups that were interested in the building, but their use required warehouse storage and distribution. Right now, our building is zoned for the office park, so we're seeking approval today to convert it to business park. I can pass it on to our engineer so he could discuss a little further about our proposal. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Dinas Verbicus, professional engineer with Artel Engineering Group, here on behalf of the applicant. As the client, as well as the architect briefed you, the site is about 12.1 acres in size, and it's located on the north side of Brook Street. The existing building, I'll go over it again, it's about 91,700 square feet, give or take, and about half office space, half warehouse space. And we're seeking site plan approval to make modifications to that building to incorporate additional loading spaces on the west side of the building. Excuse me, and to provide access around the entire building as it currently circulates in a counterclockwise manner to allow for the loading spaces to be utilized. I'm going to try and use the clicker here. But the first map that we have before you is the actual zoning map of the town of Rocky Hill. And it indicates the beige colored zoning is the office park, is the business park zone to which we wish to change our site to. The purple is the current office park zoning district in which the site is located. And you'll note that there is a parcel that is on the north side of Brook Street that was recently rezoned as similar to as we're seeking as well. So brief synopsis about the existing site. The topography is generally flat and rolls off from a south to north direction. Primarily the front 2 to 3/3 of the site is, 3/5 of the site is developed with the building and parking and drive aisles. Let me see if I can't click to the next.
Can we have the next slide, please?
Yes, thank you. My wife's not here, I can't use this remote.
I don't know if it's...
So the next slide, if we can go to the next slide as well, that would be the survey map. And again, back it up a little. There we go. So on the survey, the existing building is located basically on the east side of the property. The majority of the parking is currently located on the west side of the existing building. There's about 198 parking spaces on the property itself. And as I had noted, or as Anthony had noted, there are 4 existing loading spaces in the upper upper right corner of the site, and we are seeking to add spaces to the west side or left side of the building. The property itself, again, developed in the front 3/5, the back 2/5 of the property is currently wooded. It has the Dividend Brook coursing from west to east towards the back property line. That back portion of the property also has some wetlands associated with that brook. And it is, a portion of that property is encumbered by a 500-year floodplain. But everything that we're proposing to do is within the current paved and impervious surfaces. So we're not proposing to touch or do anything to the rear or to the north of the existing asphalt lines on the property. Property served by municipal water and sewer. Sewer line currently runs, if you can see on the map, there's a line that runs diagonally from the building, from the center of the back of the building, kind of in a northwesterly direction. That's the sanitary sewer lateral for the building. Water comes in off of Brook Street, as do gas and electrical services as well. All the storm drainage on the site currently runs off to a retention basin that's located immediately north of the existing parking spaces. And that retention basin basically takes all the storm water that's directed to it and infiltrates it into the ground. There's no outlet from that basin. The site plan that was previously prepared and as it represents current conditions also has some rain garden elements that have been introduced or built into part of that parking plan. And the rain gardens serve a good purpose with the intention of infiltration, and what cannot infiltrate is captured by catch basins and routed to the detention in the back of the site. May I have the next slide, please? So the next slide here represents the proposed modifications to the site. And again, you'll note the proposed modifications all take place on the west side of the existing building. The beige colors are existing paved areas, which are to remain. The light green indicates existing green space or lawn space, landscapes that is going to remain. And the dark green represents proposed landscaping elements to the site. As we've got proposed, you'll note that trucks again will enter in through the east side of the property and circulate in a counterclockwise fashion and round the rear of the building. And as they come to the central portion of the west side of the building is where our loading docks are proposed. You'll note there's a darker gray section that is attached to the building, and that's our proposed addition, about 3,300 to 3,400 square feet in size, and it's a covered loading dock. So we're basically extending out a floor so that we may excavate at a distance of about 10 to 12 feet out from the building face. And this way, the work that we do is for excavating in our loading bays is not going to disrupt the existing foundation on the building. And it's a similar way that we've done this in the past on other warehouse conversions in other municipalities. So by creating this depressed loading area and loading spaces in the existing parking area, we needed to reconfigure the site such that it lends itself primarily to the warehousing element and truck travel through the site. So we utilize that as the key to making the site work. And then working within the existing paved areas, we were able to partition off and set aside 107 parking spaces on the site, which is what is required for this size building and this use. We propose to retain or continue to utilize that existing sanitary sewer to serve our building. The water service will remain the same. Gas should also remain the same. And in the way that we've balanced the site and worked out the parking and loading, we were able to create conditions such that we're not increasing any impervious cover on the site. So we're not having to introduce any additional stormwater management to the site. However, in the green spaces that we've got shown, we're going to follow in the footsteps of the prior site plan and create depressed rain gardens in these green areas. So we're going to make use of the site, make use of the good soils on the site to continue to infiltrate into the ground. One probably biggest change aside from the loading docks that we're proposing is we're proposing to relocate the western driveway, and we're pushing that driveway to the west by about 125 feet from where the existing driveway is located. And normally, I would think, oh my goodness, it's a challenge and a problem, but in this instance, it actually works better for the site in that the driveway that we're proposing lines up pretty well with the driveway that's currently existing across the street. So when we have developments, we look to create scenarios where intersections intersect at 90 degrees or directly across from one another to lend to better vehicular movements and better sight distances from opposing vehicles and oncoming traffic. Sight distances on the site, on this road, no matter where you are, they're terrific. You can see as far as the eye can see. And with the conversion or proposed conversion to the warehouse space, there should be a reduction in the sanitary sewer load on the town's sewer system. Typically with warehousing, there's very little sewage usage. We will have about 4,000 square feet of office space, and that amounts to about 500 gallons per day of sewage generation, where on the existing conditions where you've got half of the building dedicated to office space, you're pushing about 4,500 gallons per day. So the town will see a benefit to its sanitary sewer use by conversion of the building to warehousing. And again, all this, we'd love to have it happen, but in order to make it happen, we need approval by the commission also to change the zone so that we may do what we'd like to do. And we're looking for positive feedback from the commission and are happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding the site plan or our proposed development. Thank you.
Chairman, yep. Up to the board's desire whether you want to question the witness right after his testimony or if you'd rather hear the rest of our testimony.
Let's go through the whole thing, and then we'll ask for public comment, and then we'll talk to the commission comment.
Okay, well, I'm going to see if I can work this thing any better. Oh, okay, so it's the wrong triangle. There's a delta here. So just Anthony Garrett, for the record. A couple other things I'd like to point out, looking at this site plan here, is that landscaped area. I don't have a laser on here, I don't think. There's a landscaped area that we're creating to the south of the loading docks. That gives us the opportunity to put some landscaping in there to also screen those loading docks, which we would stipulate to do. One of the real benefits, I think, to this layout is we are pretty effectively separating vehicular parking, car parking, from the truck area. So we think this is a very safe site to access. And you heard from Ms. Sariego that the nature of the rentals, there's much more interest in the warehouse distribution facilities. So we're proposing to demo out approximately 40,500 square feet of the existing office area and convert that back to, or convert that over to warehouse. I would also, I'm going to go and just briefly look at the architecture. Oh, Could we switch the grouping? Thank you. So this is an aerial that we took, which we'll use a little bit later. Come on. One more, please. Okay, so this is actually good. These are the building elevations, the flat elevations. You can kind of see in that top elevation, which is the west elevation, the loading docks, they would be facing to the west. We're proposing to construct those out of a decorative CMU. The building is tan and gray. It's painted. We don't particularly like to paint masonry, so we're proposing to use a split face unit, and we picked a unit that matches the lighter beige on the building and picks up some of the gray tones, which there's some gray elements, vertical elements on the building. Switch this back. This isn't, so now I'm struggling with this, but here's the floor plan. And again, you can see the loading dock to the west side of the building. The loading doors will be sealed with shelters and properly, the doors will have proper gasketing so it'll meet or exceed the energy codes for the state of Connecticut. This will be a very efficient area because we do have a number of openings in that portion of the building. We want to make sure that we don't take in a lot of infiltration. I'm going to ask the man behind the glass if he could go back a couple of slides. There's a photo array. That's a little too far. PH1. This is a series of photographs which I took myself. The middle row, which would be photographs 6, 7, and 8, they kind of depict the existing building. I don't know if I have the ability to zoom in on this, but there are some elements on the building that have some green, it's the signage and the canopy along the front of the building have a green element, and we would propose to match that green with the loading dock doors, which is a standard color for the loading dock doors. So we're trying to keep this related to one another. We don't want it to stand out. We want it to blend into the building. The other purpose of this photo array is the top row shows a series of 5 pictures there, which are along the south side of Brook Street. There's some residential. There's some residential to the southeast of this site and a farm. Then actually, as we move to photographs 3 and 4 and 5, that is the condo. It's a mixed-use condo. There's some office condominiums and some residential condominiums. As I mentioned, the next row down is really our site. And then the third row across is photographs across the street. 712 Brook Street is it's in the BP2 zone. It's a flex industrial space. There is some office there. Weston and Sampson, they're an engineering firm, occupies a portion of the building. 716 is another mixed-use industrial train is located there. So this use that we're proposing is, in my opinion, congruous with the area. There previously in 2023 was a similar application made for 563. It's a series of properties, 555, 563, and 565 Brook Street, which is east of our site. And if we could just go back to the zoning map, which I think was the first tab. Yeah, you can kind of see just to the east of that site a tab sticking onto the north side of Brook Street. That was rezoned. That originally was part of the OP zone and was rezoned as to the BP2 zone. Looking at your maps and your former plans, the OP zone, I think, was really created to create an office park environment facing, I think that's West Street, which runs east and west across the sheet. And those properties would remain the same. Our property and just to the north of our property, which is the Dividend Brook, really backs up to the interstate highway there. So there's really no street frontage along that area. So converting this property from an office use as permitted by the OP zone into the B2 zone, we don't think that would cause a substantial impairment of your zone plan. One of the precepts of your current development plans for the town is to avoid vacant buildings. I can tell you this, this building's been vacant since the lottery left across the street. I was there on Monday. All of those buildings have vacancy or for rent signs in front of it. And immediately to the west of our site, there's another flex commercial office space. This is anecdotal. I didn't go into every store or every suite, but in my opinion, probably 50 to 60% of that space is vacant right now. In fact, the office space facing Brook Street, there was no furniture. I could look in the windows and it's just an empty box. And it doesn't look like it's been occupied for a while. From a planning perspective, I think it's always better to have vibrant buildings that are occupied. I think the granting or the change of zone that we're requesting will allow us to attract the types of clientele that would want to lease this type of space. It's a big building. It's over 90,000 square feet. It's challenged a little bit with the loading docks only on the east side of the building. They're a sawtooth arrangement that's not very conducive for moving distribution in and out of the building. So the 90-degree layout that we're proposing at the west side, away from the residential condos, I might add, which I think I said before, is a better layout for logistics for the building, as well as screening it away from the residential uses. The other thing I would say, I know when we were here in March, there was a comment, I don't know if it was the board or the public, but there was a concern about residential uses to the east of the site. The main access from Interstate 91 for trucks will be to exit Route 91, go west and come down the state highway there, and then make a left into Brook Street. We are at the west side of Brook, the park over there, so we don't anticipate the trucks, and we will do our best efforts to indicate to prospective tenants that that is the preferred route in and out of this park for this type of use. That's really, again, I think the zone change is a reasonable request, and I think our site plan improves the site and makes this a much more viable piece of real estate. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
We may make a closing comment after we hear.
Yeah, we're gonna open up to the public now. Anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? Seeing none, we'll go to the commissioners.
Have some correspondence.
Okay, we'll do that first before we go to commissioners then.
Okay. It was received today. It was, dear members of the commission, as we are unable to attend the meeting on November 20th, 2024, we'd like to have the following items considered. First, the proposal is to reconfigure the building to 95% warehouse space. Raising the roof and adding loading docks clearly suggests tractor-trailer activity. As you are aware, BJ's Distribution Center is located further down on Brook Street, and there is a great amount of truck traffic at that end of Brook Street. The BJ trucks and the tractor trailers which supply their inventory all exit onto Cromwell Avenue, joining fleets from Costco and Amazon on their way to West Street and Route 91. When there is an accident on Route 91, there seems to be many lately. The Cromwell Avenue is bumper to bumper in either direction as people exit the highway and take this back road north or south. Several years back, the state of Connecticut performed a traffic study on Cromwell Avenue. Traffic on Cromwell Avenue has greatly increased since then. Has any input from the Department of Transportation been sought to address the increased traffic concerns and safety issues which are more tractor-trailer traffic will inevitably bring on Cromwell Avenue, State Route 3? Second, is the commission aware that on the far side of the building, the current loading dock area, there is an active wildlife thoroughfare? Has any consideration been given to maintain this vital area? Any contact with the state Connecticut DEEP? Thank you very much. Mike and Karen Connors, 792 Brook Street.
That's it?
That's it.
Nice, thank you. Commissioner Lecco.
Yeah, just one question. So on the east side, looking at your site plan, which shows pavement areas, are you improving the pavement there? Are you resurfacing, or expanding the pavement, or what's going on there?
I'll defer to Mr. Babikis.
Good evening again, Dinas Berbikis, professional engineer. We are not proposing any modifications at all to the east side of the site and retain existing pavement the way that it is.
Okay.
Just if I might, Mr.
Yep.
Babikis, if there are damaged areas of the pavement, we would repair those damaged areas.
Oh, sure, but
We're not-
no proposed
we're not
expansions.
expanding it, and I'm sorry, I guess
Yeah.
I'm speaking into the microphone. Anthony Garrett. We would repair any damaged areas of that pavement, but we're not seeking to expand that pavement in any way.
Okay. So there's no tree removal or anything on that side?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Commissioner Morehurst.
I actually have nothing, surprisingly.
Commissioner Robbins.
Just as we consider this, again, with those residential properties nearby, you see you got eight loading docks. What do you envision for truck traffic in hours of operation?
Yeah, at this time, it's difficult to predict that because we don't know the tenant that would be coming into the building. So I would think it would be inappropriate for me to stipulate to something I don't know. However, when a person decides to rent that space, I would think the commission would retain jurisdiction and that information could be provided. I would point out, though, and this is in response to the correspondence that was read into the record, we are really de-intensifying the use of this site. I mean, this site had 45,000 square feet of offices, which generated much more traffic in and out of this site. Now, we are proposing a different type of traffic. There'll be more trucks, but this is not set up to be an Amazon Prime distribution center. They would have 30 loading docks along the west side of the building. So, we're proposing 8 loading docks. It's, in my opinion, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but from a planning perspective, I don't think we're going to generate a huge amount of truck traffic. It will be increased, but it won't be devastating.
But I'm trying to get to the point of potential noise associated with hours of operation, because trucks are louder than cars.
Yeah, we would have to comply with all sound level requirements as stipulated by the state. And if the town of Rocky Hill has any, we would adhere to that. Again, I don't know who the tenant would be, so I feel unqualified to stipulate the hours of operation at this point.
Okay. And then again, I realize you're just proposing a zoning change at this point. If you were to go forward with your actual plan, that'd be a different hearing.
No, it's both.
Oh, it's both?
Yeah.
It's a double duty.
Yeah, it's both.
All right, then I'm gonna ask some more questions.
Nice.
Yeah.
And this may be better for Mr. Verbikis.
What about fugitive lighting? Is there gonna be a change in lighting, light posts, or anything else that could cause fugitive lighting that might annoy the residential property?
I don't think that there's going to be any sort of impact at all to the residential side, to the east side of the proposed building. Again, all the activity that we're proposing is to the west side of the building and staying within the confines of the existing impervious surfaces. So whatever lighting will be proposed, and agreed, we don't have a lighting plan proposed, but happy to submit one should the commission want, but all the lighting would be downlighting, dark sky compliant, to make certain that we're not shedding light off of our property onto neighbors.
Another question is, would you find any issue if there was a restriction on truck traffic leaving the property and going east on Brook Street?
I think trucks are required to go always to the west. No truck traffic to the east is permitted.
Oh, that's the case already?
Yes.
I think it is, but Mr. Verbikis, we would put truck, we could add signage that trucks
Signage,
turn
yeah.
right only.
Sure.
On our egress drive.
And then, again, as a condition of approval, I don't know if it would require an adoption of a conservation easement, but something in place to make sure that the vegetative buffer along the eastern boundary that creates a nice visual break from the adjacent property, would be good to know that that would be maintained and preserved.
I think I need to, I can't answer that immediately, only because the property is comprised of 2 parcels, and along that eastern strip is, I don't recall exactly how wide it is, a 40-foot wide strip, give or take, and I think that that is already a buffer strip. But I would need to research that and.
So you think there might already be a condition on the property?
I think,
for
you
that?
know,
Like there's a
and
right of
I,
way through it.
Yeah, we can
it's a
work with
right-of-way,
staff,
looks like.
we can work with staff to verify that, but I think we would stipulate that whatever growth is on our property, we would we would maintain that growth in its current condition, and should some of the growth die, we'll do what we have to replenish it. We can't commit to
Yeah,
something
you
that's
can't
not on our
commit that if
property.
Yeah, if it goes the wrong direction, yeah. All right, great, that's all I have for questions.
Commissioner Brescia.
So on the east side, so those loading docks are going to be closed? Is that what you're proposing, to close those and make them on the west side?
No, we're not proposing to close those loading docks. Those loading docks are not conducive for large-scale truck vehicles to use. They would be using the western docks, but there may be a box, a 30-foot truck, a straight job, something like that, that could still utilize those loading docks, but they would not be the featured loading facilities in the building.
And the tractor trailers will be able to make those 2 corners to come all the way around to the loading docks? As it exists now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, right now, the loading docks exist, and trucks have been historically going around
Going
and,
around it.
and making it around the site. Yes, and we have, if you wish, I mean, we can show you truck turning movements, diagrams that we've prepared. They would be towards the tail end of, actually, there you have it. But it's, I imagine it's difficult for you to see, it's difficult for
can't
me to
see
see. But,
There's like a pink
but basically,
line.
we've got truck turning movements shown, trucks going eastbound on Brook Street to the eastern driveway, and then turning in as they currently turn in, and you can see the truck clearly going around the building through the drive aisles that we've created. And we've got 2 truck turning diagrams, one showing a truck backing into the northernmost spot, and we've got one backing into the southernmost proposed spot, and then exiting out the site and exiting out to the west as is required. No issues with any movements at all on site.
How many loading docks? I saw on one, it looked like 6, but it says 8 on your plans.
Yeah, we've got 8 loading docks proposed, or room for those 8 loading spaces, and then of course we've got the 4 on the other side, which
Okay.
will be preserved for, again, the smaller box type trucks.
Is the warehouse, any part of it going to be refrigerated?
At this point, not certain if it will or will not. Don't know who the ultimate end user is going to be, but I guess it could be refrigerated if need be.
If I might, Anthony Garrett, if a refrigerated vendor, a tenant came in who wanted to do refrigerated warehousing, again, they would have to comply with all the sound requirements imposed by the state, which I think is 55 dB in the evenings. Or if it's more stringent, they'll have to do it, and they'd have to put sound attenuation on the refrigeration units. So we recognize we don't want to cause an impact to the residences to the east. Again, we would not preclude a refrigerated warehouse in this building, though.
Okay. You spoke about the wetlands also, and in the letter, Kim, did it say something about a sanctuary?
No, that was, just so you know, there was no impact to the wetlands, and we did get word from.
So this doesn't have to go before the wetlands?
This doesn't have to go to the wetlands,
doesn't have to
but
be weighted.
concerning the correspondence that I read,
Yeah.
it did state that, actually, it was a question. Is the commission aware that on the far side of the building, the current loading dock area, there is an active wildlife thoroughfare? And there's a question mark after that. Has consideration been given to maintain this vital area, question mark? Any contact with the state of Connecticut, DEEP, question mark? That was
But you're not going to
what-
touch that back part?
That's
is that
correct. We're not proposing to touch it or make any changes at all. And
But will you take a good eye and take a look? Because what she's talking about, we want to make sure we address everything.
Sure, if there's something that needs addressing there. But again, we're not touching anything or changing any existing conditions on the east side.
And could you just show me where the fire hydrant is?
There's a fire hydrant to the right, or the northeasternmost corner of the building that I know is there near, just north of the loading spaces. And I believe there's one out in the frontage of the road as well, but I can't see it from here, I'm sorry.
I would point out the building is fully sprinkled, and if a warehouse occupant comes into it, we'll have to comply with all fire safety and building code requirements, which may require an enhanced sprinkler system in the building. And there is a fire pump in the building, so there is very good pressure inside the building. And I didn't mention in my architectural testimony, this is a non-combustible 2B building. It's not wood, it's steel and concrete.
Love it. How many parking spaces after the 107 that you're doing away with? How many parking spaces are you going to be left with?
Actually, we're going to be left with 107.
Oh.
Right now is 198, and we're paring that back down to 107.
107, how many handicapped accessible?
I think we've got 6.
6?
There's 5 or 6. They should be all in front of the building.
I think there's 5. Okay. And is that the front of the building where the entrance is? Right, would that be
Well, I'm
the
calling
entrance?
it the street side as the front.
That would be where the doors would be?
Yes, yeah, they'll remain there.
All right.
And again, Anthony Garrett, that's where the office area is left inside the building. The 4,500 square feet is in that southwest corner proximate to the entrance door.
Okay. I think that's it. That's it for me.
In the BP2 zone, you have a lot more options to open this up to. What is your ideal candidate for a tenant? Is it?
Christy Sarigo. I mean, we typically have, all of our portfolio, we have distribution. It really depends on the users. We don't have any preference on a tenant. So it really just depends who's interested in the building and the negotiations that we have with them.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Anthony Garrett, when we surveyed the existing building, there's a very robust electrical service in that building. And in doing our investigation, I believe the building was originally constructed as a manufacturing building.
Yeah, wire mold, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you guys have addressed or seen the staff comments that were part of the site plan review.
We have not received any comments from staff yet, but I think we're going to be handed right now.
Oh, you have mine, so I don't.
Thank you.
I mean, you can have mine, but,
No,
or staff
it's
can get
okay.
you.
They should have.
Ultimately, these are the corrections that we would want to the plans, and I just want to make sure that they're incorporated into the plans, and now that we know, make sure you see them. And if you could, if you want to take a second and look at them, I'm perfectly happy to take a recess while you look at them, because we're going to be deemed one here pretty soon. But beyond that, staff comments, we talked about truck circulation, which is my other question. And just to clarify, oh, thank you. Just to clarify, in your depiction of where you had all the green and all the changes on the plan, you still show parking spaces in the area where you're proposing the addition and the loading docks. I'm assuming those go away, and those are just existing, and they're just going away.
Correct, correct. And we can clean up the drawing. We usually prepare our drawings showing the survey map as a base map, and whatever's on that base map, we generally keep it on for reference. But you're correct, all those spaces that are, appear to be conflicting, they're toned down and certainly not going to be part of the plan. Everything that is bold is what's being proposed.
Okay. Other than that, everything's been answered that I had, so I have no further questions. Other than just, we want to adjust the staff comments on that.
Mr. Chairman, could we recess for just a couple
Yes,
minutes so we can huddle
motion
up?
for 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
No, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to recess. Second.
All in favor? Aye. All in favor? Aye. 5-minute recess.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion.
Aye.
We are ready.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Board, and Commissioners, we reviewed the staff comments. We have no problem agreeing to address all those staff comments. And that really wraps up our presentation. Just in a very quick closing, thank you for your time and consideration. And again, we think this would be a positive thing for the town of Rocky Hill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing that the application is closed, motion to close the public hearing, or do we want to leave it open knowing that they're going to adhere to all staff comments? That's the only thing that's hanging out there. Are we okay with closing the public hearing? Because they're just, they're staff comments.
Yeah. I am.
Motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we are now on to the main part of the meeting. Public comment. This is the portion of the program where you can talk about anything not on the agenda to address this commission. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address this commission on something that is not on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, motion to adopt a consent agenda.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just so we're all on the same page, tonight, sitting is Lecco, Hussey, Zarilli, Morehurst, and Robbins. Agenda item A. Per special permit, file discussion and review of sublet portion for newly constructed convenience store for Empower Realty Group LLC for property located at 1761 Southstein Highway in a C Commercial Zoning District, ID 04-560.
Hi, good evening. How you doing? My name is Stefan Slors. I'm here for Empower Realty Group, and we're really here, I think, for the commission to sort of review. I'm also joining me here is Mr. Davino is in the back. If you remember, he was the original developer. He's come here tonight in case maybe to talk or refresh memories if there was any questions. And also, the owner is here, Mr. Mansour, and the tenant that we are moving to put in, Mr. Pine, who has a few franchises here in town. He has a few franchises in Weathersfield. What I did was, because the town planner was nice enough to sort of get us on the agenda tonight, I just made a couple packets. If I could just.
I could pass them out for
Yeah,
you.
sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so. In those packets, I just have the original approval. And then what I did was, the reason why we're here is I think when Mr. Pine went to the building department, he had plans, and, you know, he runs a Dunkin' Donuts, and I guess, you know, the first thing that comes to mind, Dunkin' Donuts, it's a restaurant. And when Mr. Davino was in front of you guys in 2020, the actual approval, it didn't say there couldn't be a restaurant there, but it said that if you wanted a restaurant with seating, that you'd have to come back to us and ask us to do that. So the plans that were submitted, although it says Dunkin' Donuts, and I think everybody thinks in their head, hey, it's a restaurant, you know, a fast food type restaurant, it has no seating in it. So if you guys remember, the original approval was for a convenience store that called for a tenant with a drive-through. The drive-through in the plans, the original plans and our plans that haven't changed, the tenant that is going to be in there would be Dunkin' Donuts, and that has the drive-through space. There is no seating. We still have the convenience store component. And, you know, one thing that I was going to mention too is that, you know, there is a sort of a restriction on the lease. So they're both not serving coffee. They're both not serving the same item. So in a sense, it's the same use, okay? So it's a convenience store with another tenant that has the drive-through there that was already contemplated. So they're not double dipping per se, like both selling coffee or both doing this. So it's the same plan. So when we sat with the town planner, they said that we could just come back here and go in front of you guys to just clarify that. But, and I have, the prospective tenant here, he can talk about the plans. His other locations, I should say, have seating in them. He has no seating in this. And then in that packet, what I did is I included, because the approval calls for, it was 4.22 synergistic uses. So this is an allowable use. It's in the approval, and again, there's no seating in our plan. And everything else is the same. I just think the hangup maybe was because it's labeled Dunkin' Donuts. If it was labeled, Mr. Davino made a joke about if it was labeled whatever, XYZ, then, I don't think there would be a question, because, we're using it for the intended purpose. It's literally the plan, the approval calls for a sublease with the drive-through. That's what we're doing, and I have Mr. Pine here. He can give you testimony, too, that he's not putting in seating. He doesn't plan to put in seating. I think the approval already says that we can't have seating unless we come back to you. We're not coming back to you for seating. I'm just here to just sort of clarify, because they presented building plans, and it was sort of, like, hey, we need to ask on this.
Could I?
In the pack.
I was just going to piggyback on that, if I may. Just to point out, the special permit does say that it must be reviewed by staff and the commission. So that's why he's here. It's just for a review. The plan, as approved, shows a vacant space, and the commission's charge that they imposed was just a review.
Yeah, we might be mincing words. I think it says changes to sublet portion of buildings are to be reviewed, unless I'm looking at that, but either way, I mean, we're here, it's a convenience store. He's in, and I did put some examples in my packet. Almost every gas station you see here in town or other places, Cumberland Farms certainly has a bigger menu than we do, and they actually have, I think, outside seating. But every other gas station here has these types of items in it. We're not adding to that. We're not putting seating in there. And again, Mr. Pine is here. He can tell you he's not putting any seating in there. He's going away from that model in this area. And so we're just coming here to, I guess, so you guys can review it and give them your blessing. If you've driven by there lately, they've done a lot of work. They're very close to being completed. And this was, like I said, the plans were completed, or excuse me, submitted. And that's why we're here, because there's a question on whether you guys need to review it or not. But there is a copy of the actual plan for all the kitchen things and the Dunkin' Donuts that shows no seating. And I do have bigger blown-up plans if you guys want to look at that. But those, of course, would be done in accordance with the building department, and which they've already, there's already been substantial compliance on most of that stuff. I think we're here for you guys to say that, yeah, this is the same use that we approved in 2020, and Mr. Davino's here, that, I don't think we're changing anything, and so I think we're just here for clarification.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Lecco?
No questions.
Commissioner Hussey?
No question.
Commissioner Moorhurst?
I have nothing.
Commissioner Robbins?
Nothing from me.
Brescia?
Nothing.
I have no questions either. Move to vote. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to vote.
Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve. Agenda item A, per special permit file discussion review of sublet portion for newly constructed convenience store for Empower Realty Group LLC for property located at 1761 Silestein Highway in a C commercial zoning district, ID 04-560.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, congratulations.
Thank you.
Agenda item B. Site plan application, Rockamora Acquisitions LLC proposing 25 two-story bedroom townhouse-style apartments with 8 apartments being set aside and designated as affordable in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes, Section 8-30G, along with associated site improvements for a property located at 1093 New Britain Avenue, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, in an R20 residential zoning district ID 15-008. Before we act on this, point of order to staff. Because the numbers were changed per this reading, how do we react to that? Is it a,
It was a revision to
so
the
is it a
plan.
revision, so is it a condition, or is it just you're acting on this with the revisions?
It's going to be the revision. Yeah,
Okay.
It'll be the revision.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because the numbers changed, and I just wanted to make sure we're doing it the right way, that's all. To start the discussion, can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan application Rockamora Acquisitions LLC proposing 25 two-story, two-bedroom townhouse-style apartments with 8 apartments being set aside and designated as affordable in accordance with Connecticut General Statute, Section 830G, along with associated site improvements for property located at 1093 New Britain Avenue, Rock Hill, Connecticut, in an R20 residential zoning district ID 15-008 with the following conditions. Condition 1, mailbox relocation to alleviate any congestion within the site. Condition 2, site to be serviced by MDC for water and sewer, as well as any equipment using either natural gas or electricity. And condition 3, buildings to emulate color rendering with combination of different colors and materials in order to maximize curb appeal.
Can I get a second, please?
Can I second that and add a condition?
You have to ask the maker of the motion to grant it, so let's hear it.
Add a condition to include a larger blockout box on Kobe Road.
Do you accept that, maker of the motion?
I will accept that.
So we have added that as a condition also. And now we have a motion, we have a second, and now we can discuss. Is there any discussion?
I would like
I
to,
have-
go ahead, Alan.
Go ahead, Alan.
I'm sorry, I have 2 things. One is, should we point out that it's now 23 units and 7 affordable units? Because the
As part
motion
of-
was for
as-
25 units.
Alan, as part of I preface all by saying that it's part of it's the revised plan. So, do you
Okay,
think we need,
so it's 23 and 7.
do you think we need to make that a condition, or do you, it is assume that we're talking about the
I
revised
think
plan?
I think we should just clarify it so that sometime down the road, somebody doesn't say, well, you're supposed to have 25, or them come in and say, well, we had 25 approved.
That's why I said.
Commissioner Morris, can you make the conditional approval then for the maker and the seconder?
Okay, and I have two other conditions. Well, I'll do the first one first. That is 23 units and 7 are set aside for affordable units.
So he's asking to make a condition to confirm 23 and 7. Do you guys both accept that condition?
Condition accepted.
Condition accepted.
There you go, number 1. Go ahead.
And the second, which is kind of going around in a circle, the second is to increase the affordable units back to 8.
I do not accept.
I do not accept either.
Okay.
Okay, and the third one is that prior to any work being done, the applicant submit a firm plan with the Board of Education to ensure safe pickup and drop off of students, not to leave it open to say, well, once we do it, then we find out what we're going to do. I think that we need to know in advance that it's all been worked out with the Board of Education.
If I could just interject, this commission cannot impose a condition that is not under their jurisdiction. They can ask them to investigate, but if it's not, the Board of Ed's, what they do and how they operate is not under this board's jurisdiction. But you can certainly ask them to investigate.
So we can't make it a condition, but we can
You can,
make it part of the,
it could be a condition that they investigate how,
it can be a
with the
condition that
Board
they
of Ed,
investigate.
how they would do that, but you cannot impose that they do a certain thing that the board, it's up to the Board
so
of
the
Ed.
condition would be to, the applicant would have to investigate with the Board of Education about school bus drop-off and pickup. Do you accept that, Alan?
And accept, let's just say and accept the proposal put forward by, the requirement put forward by the Board of Education.
We can't make it a requirement, we have to make it what was the word you used?
No, the request.
Yeah, it's up to the Board of Ed, it's not up to this commission.
So do the makers and the seconders like that condition?
If it's labeled as a request, yes.
I accept that as well.
Okay, so you got that one, Alan. Do you have any other comments?
Thank you. No.
Okay. Anybody else?
I can't say anything, right?
No, not during this deliberation, unfortunately, sorry. Commissioner Robbins, do you have anything?
No, I mean, it was already decided about the sidewalk, so that I'm not gonna go there. But it is a shame that we're gonna lose that ability to, build out our sidewalks.
Just to comment on that, we did want sidewalks, and there was public support for no sidewalk there for safety reasons. So we went into this with the sidewalk in mind. They put it in with sidewalk in mind. Staff made them put it in, and due to the public comment, that's why we pulled it out. I'll listen to everybody on this commission right now if we want to put an apron in or if we want to put the sidewalk back. But it was specifically taken out for safety reasons.
Yeah. Kim, typically we've had the sidewalk fund that if you didn't make someone put in a sidewalk.
It was under the subdivision, under
That
the
was a
subdivision
subdivision.
regulations, yes.
We don't have that power yet, unfortunately.
I think something was said today that was important, in that if you put a sidewalk there, it may invite, a truck driver to stop on New Britain Avenue. He's gonna see a sidewalk, he's gonna I'm just gonna jump out and go there. And I think that's a legitimate concern and legitimate reason why a sidewalk may not be appropriate in this location.
Yeah, I didn't have any other conditions.
Okay, so we got all the conditions down. Do you have any comments before we make a vote? I have no comments other than I like the conditions that were set forth. We have a very finite thing that we're looking at here because of 8-30G. A lot of our safety concerns from the initial application to now were addressed. Well, most of them, all of them, really were addressed. That's all I really want to say about it before we move to a vote.
I would kind of piggyback that, Mr. Chairman, and say that the representatives of the applicant did a good job addressing the safety concerns, especially given the, what were dealt with 830G. In addition to that, all of town staff had been satisfied, most specifically Stephen Sopolak, town engineer, as well as both heads of police department as well as fire department.
If there are no other comments, I move to vote. Seeing no comments, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
So we need to confirm that now.
Okay, could we go and do a voice vote to, just to make sure who's, because everyone's saying aye.
Aye for yes. Approve.
Aye, yes.
Approve.
Ron?
Nay.
Okay. Alan?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, approved?
Yes.
Okay,
Reluctantly.
okay. Just want to make sure who's voting for what. Okay, thank you.
Passes. On to the next one. Agenda item C, site plan landscaping modifications, Rocky Hill Gateway LLC proposing several modifications to landscaping throughout the project known as Kelson Row, including but not limited to caliper size, quantity of plantings, and discussion of construction methods, condenser units, and screening located at 2418 Main Street in a Town Center zoning district ID 10-184.
Good evening. Just let me set up real quick and I'll get right to you.
You're good. Sometimes it's the best way.
All right, just for the record, my name is Rock Emmon, Associate Civil Engineer with SLR International Corporation out of Cheshire, Connecticut, here on behalf of Rocky Hill Gateway LLC, currently developing, constructing Kelson Row. We've been here, I think this is the third time regarding these landscaping modifications. One thing that was asked of the commission was essentially a composite comparison plan, and I actually have a packet that I'd like to kind of pass around. Beautiful. The question came up essentially the difference between the approved plans and the current plans. The Mylar plans, which are on record from the original filing done in 2022, versus the building permit plans, which were submitted in 2023, versus the current plans before you here, obviously, 2024. Really just trying to rectify that first. So this site plan modification is essentially to rectify that difference between that original approved plan, this plan, as well as maintaining the street facade, specifically in regards to the condenser units that are currently installed. The construction plans with the iteration of the building permit. So really, it comes down to three separate items. So there's the zoning approval, which is the original approved plans done in 2022. The building permit plans, which are submitted to the building department, checked and reviewed and approved also by town staff. And then, obviously, we're in construction. So currently, obviously, we're in construction. We're trying to close up phase one. And we're looking to make some modifications to the site plan to rectify the changes that are placed within. So the packet that you see before you is a graphical representation of the landscape and configuration as I have kind of dictated. The first sheet dictates the approval plans that are shown with the landscaping provided in red. There are 446 trees total located on that plan, 185 of which are the buffer, which is the buffer between us, the development at 2418 Main Street, 1 Dividend Road, and the adjacent parcels. There's a plant list associated with that in the top left corner, which provides you with an idea of the trees that are going to be installed or previously approved. You'll notice that at that time, there were no shrubs that were associated with the development at that time when we got the original approval. In the iteration that was then forthcoming with the building permit, there was a new iteration that came out where we, made further enhancements that changed, obviously, the plant types and incorporated about 2,400 shrubs at that time. This current iteration that you see before you is incorporating 407 total trees throughout the development and 3,214 shrubs. And you can see that on the third kind of plan, so I think that's actually the fourth sheet, there is an overlay. What is occurring on the overlay is the approved plan is red that is sent to the back, and the currently proposed plan is green sent to the forward. So that way you can see the differences between the two plans. And where you're seeing red is essentially the changes between the approved plans and these plans. If I need to come over and kind of explain it in person, that's totally fine. I understand that is a little difficult because it is at a small scale. I do have larger sets of plans if we need to go over it, so you gotta get an idea.
I don't have that. Is that what you just handed out?
Yeah,
That's what Kim just gave us.
Kim just gave it to me.
That's not what I got.
we've got some plans that have absolutely no color on them.
We got the ones that were given to us in our packet.
No, I just gave you,
No, I know that, but mine's different than his.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think all of ours are.
I just handed,
Does it look like this?
Yeah, this is what we got.
Okay, so there was another one that I just sent out that has a
yeah,
color version.
I just gave it out. I just handed it out.
Unless there wasn't enough copies, but I
Maybe
can-
there's different.
Maybe there wasn't not enough copies then.
No, because this is
This-
this the one you just?
He just gave it to me, yeah.
Okay.
But we didn't get it over here. It stopped here.
Well, no, I did hand out what you handed me.
Who's the sandbag in here? Or?
So maybe somebody ran through a photocopy.
I handed what Rock gave me, I gave you.
Now we,
This is what I gave you
You have to
guys. I
say.
gave you guys
whatever,
the
date, whatever.
reported plan.
I got it, I
Yeah.
got it now.
The exhibit is really to clarify.
Yeah.
So the exhibit before you that's colored is really just. for
Can you understand the confusion?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Nope, totally understand. So the plan that you're actually approving is the plan that's originally in your packet as part of what you receive as a commission member. This is really just to clarify the differences between
EX4.
drawings, Yes.
Now we're all on the
So
same
now we're all on the
page.
same page, so as you can see, if I can.
Yeah, you have to use the mic, but yeah, now we all have the same drawing.
Yep.
That's what I gave him.
Now that everyone's on the same page.
Thank you.
Which I can actually turn this around. And I have a larger one as well, and I can point. So as I was depicting first, this is the first page, which depicts the approved plans shown in red. That's what's essentially what you've got.
Approved by planning or approved by building?
Approved by planning and zoning, the original Mylar plans.
Okay. So that's what we have in our packet.
You have the original as filed on the land records.
Yes.
With town clerk seal on them.
Correct.
That
that
does
is-
not have the town clerk seal.
That is correct. This is just a graphical representation of what that plan means. So the items, the landscaping shown in red is those trees identified in the plan at that time. The second plan in your packet is the site plans that were submitted as part of your plan and zoning packet that were submitted to town staff. This is in green. This shows what we are proposing. There are 407 trees, 3,214 shrubs, and just to emphasize, the buffer has actually been increased from the 185 as the approved plan to 188 in this current plan. Third time's the charm. So now we're looking at the approved versus proposed. You'll notice that when you're looking at this, that the red, which is the approved plan, is popping out in certain areas where we've made modifications. Where it shows green, that's proposed, there is either a exact match to what was originally proposed, and the green is showing and no red, or there's been a slight modification to either plant species or location or reduction. We are reducing the overall trees by 39, which is 8.7%, but we are providing, obviously, the 3,214 shrubs. And you'll notice the large amount of green because of the shrubs being emphasized. Additionally with this, we are looking also to screen the condenser units along Main Street. So the condenser units, obviously, were a mechanical unit that's on pads that are located on 2418 Main Street. They're currently installed, and it was come to our attention that there's actually a zoning regulation under design considerations that actually requires that we obviously come to you, screen it with either landscaping, fencing, or some sort of way to kind of make it a little bit more appealing to the eye. So what we've actually come together, which is already in your packet, the original packet. Which, this is an enlargement of that. So in essence, an enlargement. So. Nice. So if emphasized in green in the bottom left corner of enlargement 1, those are the condenser unit that with shamrock inkberries, which is a dense, well, I guess it will flower eventually, but there will be little berries eventually, mostly in September. But I digress. They're going to be set 2 foot on center from each other to create a higher amount of density. They grow between 3 to 4 feet wide as well as 3 to 4 feet tall. And we're looking to use those to essentially screen the condensers, as well as, because we're providing shrubs throughout the building foundation, it creates a better sense of cohesiveness between the building shrubs as well as putting this sort of screen barrier there. Incidentally, the same thing is occurring at building 2, where there are 3 clusters of, I don't believe they're installed yet, but 3 clusters of condenser units that are located on Main Street, where we'd be proposing the same thing, to have them screened and kind of taken away from view. If you do look around town, there are other buildings that kind of do something similar, not nearly to this degree, where we're kind of putting a higher density shrub in front of it. But obviously, we are open to any interpretation from you, as you know, if you have a design idea that might be better suited towards Main Street, or obviously, if you do like the inkberry, I'm a big fan of it actually, because it is dense, and we are going to be placing it denser together. It could also go in a staggered pattern if you were more concerned to make it a little bit more dense, even though when it grows into itself, it will probably, you'll never honestly see the condensing pads or the units. That's kind of it in a nutshell with the condensing pads. The only other item,
But what's the vegetation that's going there?
Say again?
What's the planting that's going there?
Oh, it's going to be a shamrock inkberry holly.
Oh, so they keep their leaves on throughout the winter?
Yeah, so it's deciduous. It's essentially a deciduous shrub. So it'll be.
It's
there might be
deciduous,
some
but it
browning.
doesn't really lose its leaves, right?
No,
Right.
No, they're basically needles. So it's, you'll have a little bit of discoloration over the year because of either drought or, well, drought now. But it's not anything that you'd really lose your density. You'd still see something kind of blocking and shielding the condensers.
But is that the only thing that's going in front of buildings?
No, so the, if you look at the actual full plans.
Yeah.
We are providing full shrubs around the building.
It's on the back of one.
So the only one that I was trying to emphasize, because it came up, because of either a public concern or just a concern that came up, was to emphasize that we were going to be screening those condenser pads. The other plantings, the 3,214 shrubs are included throughout the development.
Yeah.
And this is just one portion that we're going to be seeing.
And then the M&Ms are, it's microscopic here. The M&M is what kind of plant?
There's no legend for it there.
Let's see, the M&M is a saucer magnolia multi-trunk, which is a full street.
Oh, okay. I think I got a sense of what that, before you had like red maples or something, right?
Yeah, and
Those
there,
make it-
there
those-
was some back and forth as to what would make the best species. This was the appropriate species at the time of the approval, so we changed it back to that appropriate species.
And how tall do those get?
I think they'll get up to almost 20 feet, like, and they'll get 6 inches in diameter thick,
Yeah.
as long as it's obviously watered. I just speak in drought right now because of the current conditions. The only other item I believe that we were going to cover was we are no longer looking for a modification for the caliper size. I know that came up probably 2 meetings ago, but we're not looking for any modifications. We're just going to hold to the minimum standard and the minimum requirement for the zoning regulations. I think that's it in a nutshell, and if you have any questions whatsoever, I apologize for the confusion of the plans. I hope I clarified as much as I could, and I'm willing to answer any and all questions you might have.
We're gonna start right there.
Yeah.
The big elephant in the room is those condensers on the streetscape.
Correct.
The plans that we have, and I'm hoping that staff has shared with you that the plans that we approved,
Yes,
the condensers are not there,
correct.
and now they're there.
So,
No, let me just get through what I have to
Proceed.
say,
Not
because
a problem.
I don't know if I want to make sure that I'm coherent in what I say.
Mm-hmm.
So, we have a plan where the condensers aren't there, and there was never intent for us to see condensers there because the passion that this commission showed at approval was for the streetscape. So, if we didn't see it here, we see the condensers that you're talking about screening on building 1.
Yes.
We see them on the side of the building on the approved plan.
Correct.
Now we see them on the front of the building.
Yep.
Okay, so now let's go to where we see them on the front of the building. We see them on the front of the building and they're tucked in nicely. But if you go out there, that's not how it's built. They're not tucked in nicely.
Yeah, they're on a
Well, no,
concrete
they're
pad,
pushed
which is
out
pushed out a
farther,
little bit.
they're pushed out farther than what you have them depicted on this plan. So, well, let me just keep on going here for a second.
You're totally fine.
So, the unrest that this commission has is that the streetscape was one of the most important things that we had in this development. And by messing up that streetscape, by trying to figure out how you're gonna screen it, is the dilemma that all of us have right now. And to our surprise, these units are appearing in different places than what we approved. And then the last meeting we have, plan this, plan that,
yeah,
plan this, plan that.
that's understood.
It was a mushroom cloud, and we needed to figure it out. So, the elephant in the room is why the magical condenser units are moving, and I understand things happen, but it seems like there is a zoning set that was approved, a building set that was approved that didn't adhere to the zoning set that was approved, and now you're coming to
Try and rectify.
try to rectify it,
Yes.
but we didn't go back to the original. And that's the dilemma I have. I'm leaving it up to interpretation for everybody else on this commission, and staff, but
Building 2 also on the approved plans? doesn't show condenser units.
Yeah, I'm talking about the entire streetscape now.
Yeah, just one point of clarification.
Hold on, I just want to make sure she's all set before you.
Yeah,
You good?
building 2 doesn't show condenser units on the approved recorded plan in front.
Okay.
But on the plans presented this evening, and I assume on the building.
That's actually not, that's not exactly 100% true. So we had the zoning approval plans, which you're calling the zoning approval plans of several years ago. We then came back to you at 2 different times. Once when we changed the mixed-use building to residential, and another time when we split the clubhouse, a couple of approvals. Correct me if I'm wrong, on those site engineering plans, which were not filed on the land records, that you guys had seen and approved, you guys did approve them. So the condensers were approved on a site plan that you guys have seen, and that was probably over the summer and then the summer before. So that's.
I would have to defer to staff because anything that's on the land records is what we.
There was no request to move any.
It doesn't matter, they were on the plan, they just weren't filed on the land records. Look, we
Can I take a comment, please?
So I'm just
fact that
clarifying, I'm just clarifying what
The
happened.
fact that they were on a plan, it wasn't pointed out when you showed us that plan, what was it, last year or the year before?
They were, the condensers were
It
actually on the
wasn't highlighted,
elevations.
it was just there. And now, you're misrepresenting what actually happened,
I'm not.
and that's what people are concerned about. I'm set.
So do you see our dilemma?
I do.
And we only have one thing to go by, and it's the plans that are on file. And we have to go by what staff tells us. And if there's confusion beyond this, then technically it's beyond this commission, and I think the town attorney needs to deal with your attorney and figure out what's going on. Because we're at a point now, to a person, I can take this to a person here and ask them about what I've been saying and get their opinion, but we can't have this plan, this plan, this plan, this plan, and it's just maddening. And knowing that this is a gateway project for the town, we need to make it right now.
Look, let me say this. We have 20 people moving in on Thursday. We will make this right for you guys. I just don't want to hold up any of the move-ins, however that turns out. So we can table it again to try to get all our plans together and show you what you've approved over the years, why there was a misunderstanding. Because really, it was just a misunderstanding. Now, and then we can come back and try to rectify, whatever we need to rectify. But
Well, the ultimate rectification is either move the units or come up with the plans that apparently we don't have on file.
you have them in the office.
But we don't, but the staff doesn't have them.
Sure she does.
That's why
We have the plans that were approved as minor changes, of which there was never a request to relocate condenser units as minor changes. We're addressing building 1. Building 2 shows the condenser units in front on this sheet, but it was never approved to move the condenser units up front.
Okay, that kind of is the dilemma. We showed
Yeah.
them on the plans, and we showed them on the elevations. When we were up here, we just didn't tell you that. That's
And
where
it
the
wasn't
miscommunication.
You brought in those other plans for a specific reason to ask for us to review. And when you did that, and I don't know the chronology and exactly the actual details, but we reviewed what you asked us to review, and you snuck in, I'll use that term, you snuck in the compressor location without actually mentioning it and highlighting it when you presented those plans, and now you're saying that we approved it with the condenser change.
Let me just address that.
That's the way I interpret
We
it.
did not sneak in anything. The plans develop as they're under construction. We did not sneak in anything. We really did not, because we weren't even
Okay.
thinking about it
Did
when
you
we
point
put the plans in.
out- Did you point out when you presented that second or third or whatever set of plans, did you point out that the compressors were in a different location?
No, I'm saying, they were on the plans, but we probably did not point them out, because we probably weren't paying attention at that night, because there was a lot of other things
So-
going on. But don't say we
So in other
didn't try to
words-
sneak anything in.
I understand.
We did
Well,
not try
you-
to sneak anything in.
That's correct.
Understood.
Okay.
But it was never part of the proposed action that we voted on.
Well, you voted on the plans,
That's
too.
the point.
We voted on,
With
yeah, but the
specific
plan comes with a
criteria.
description of what the changes are.
That's why we read the description in when we vote. Vote to approve.
Look,
and then we
again,
did
it doesn't,
That's-
honest to God, it doesn't, I understand what happened here. It was not intentional. We did not sneak them in. We understand your dilemma. So we're both in sort of dilemmas. We have people moving in.
And you
on-
never,
We have
and you
people
never
moving
actually
in on.
explained why the location was changed.
No. We have people moving in
rationale
on
and the reason
Friday,
for
and we will make it
moving.
right. We just need to defer this until we can make it right with you guys. If you don't like the screening, we'll come up with something else. If that's not appropriate, we'll do something else.
They do have, they're in the process of going through certificate of zoning compliance inspections and certificate of occupancy inspections for Building 1. And we have been sitting down with them and talking about this Rock came to our office and met with Ben Winter and myself to talk about screening for building, we're talking Building 1. Now, as I look at this plan and see them on Building 2, those are not in yet, correct? The condenser units
Oh,
are
no,
not?
they're not installed.
Okay, so
They're not
Building 2, we have an approved plan for Building 2, which shows them in different locations than what's shown on this sheet that was submitted tonight. But Building 1, we really, that's the important issue.
Right now,
this
let's not
evening.
talk about Building 2 right now. Let's
Yeah,
just talk
Building
about Building 1,
1 is
and
the
how we're
issue.
going to handle the move-ins that are coming in on Friday, and the fact that you guys are unhappy and what we have to do with these condensers. So what I would ask you guys to do is to just make it a condition of the zoning that we rectify this before we CO the next building. So then you have some, hook in us, so we can get our people in, and then we can rectify this however you guys want, actually. We can do a site visit, we can show you, we can make some suggestions, and we'll take care of this before the next CO, which is gonna happen in March. So we have some time. That would be my that would be my request.
How many condenser units are there? 9?
I don't know.
Building 1?
I believe so. Just should be noted for the record, the spacing looks different because there's requirements for the spacing.
Yeah, I
So they have to be 18 inches off the building, they have to be 2 feet apart. So they were, that's why they look spaced out.
And to get to Alan's question about why were they moved? Why did you move them from the original?
They weren't even shown on the original plan.
Yeah, they're right there.
Oh, they were?
They were shown.
They were.
The building?
The building.
I'm not sure.
Beside the buildings.
So if I
Yeah, I'm
can
not sure.
clarify that, during the construction process, usually we utilize a design team that up front is an architecture and landscape team. They put together initial drawings, then as you get the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing on board, they incorporate where the mechanical units have to go for distances. So some of the condensers couldn't go all in the back of the building because the distance would exceed what the mechanical units on the
The line sets to run them
Line sets
down.
can only be a certain amount of distance. So when they started doing the engineering,
When you discovered that, why didn't you come and ask us and get approval for moving them?
those drawings, the permit set of drawings indicate everything that's installed is per the permit set of drawings that your staff had opportunity to look at, which we felt it's minor, it's part of construction that the drawings go through, you guys get initial approval, your team then looks at it for zoning approval has to approve it before the building department stamps those drawings.
For the
So
building, yes.
they were reviewed by your staff, so I can understand where the confusion is. We're coming here to making sure it's clearly indicated on drawings, and then a drawing can be filed for record purposes.
As we look at trying to work with you to figure this out, trust me when I say we're trying to work with you to figure
I
this out.
know you are. I know you are.
When you looking at CO is for 1 and clubhouse, because you need the clubhouse for building 1?
It's just for building 1.
So just for building 1. So you're not looking for CO on the clubhouse, you're looking for CO only on building 1?
We're looking for the CO on building 1, and then the clubhouse probably in the middle of December. And same thing with building 9,
In Building 2, I would,
So 9 is the commercial one?
the mixed-use one, yeah. I mean, I would give us some time to have a couple of what
No,
I see.
I just wanted to verify, because usually when you open a building, you need to have given amenities, so I wanted to make sure, find out when the clubhouse was going.
It's surely, it got a little out of sequence, unfortunately. That's
Yeah.
why we have the sales trailers out there right now.
it's my understanding that part of the zoning compliance in CO is going to have temporary mailboxes for Building 1, correct?
There's a couple of temporary things.
Okay.
So are these condenser units like 5 feet away from the sidewalk? Because you only have a 10-foot setback from the sidewalk, right? So are these things like adjacent to the sidewalk? The condenser units in front of Building 1?
They're parallel, yeah, I guess you could.
You could say, yeah, parallel. They run.
Do they meet the setback?
Well, the setback was a special consideration. So that's why that whole area is so sensitive that you put it in, because it was a special approval, because you really think back about 40 feet. You got that special condition approval to put it within 10 feet. I don't think anybody envisioned
Well, if I
That's-
can to that,
you know, you walking down the sidewalk, you're going through it, past the cluster of condenser units.
if you haven't had the opportunity to look, we've installed sod in front of the whole building, which was not required. We did that to enhance both for us.
Yeah, we're not
and
again, we're not trying to do anything. Again, we put sod everywhere. Instead of, so we'll do the right thing. We just came into this quandary with our CO, but this is when it came up.
Mark,
Did
it
the
should
fire
be-
marshal weigh in on this too?
They
Yeah.
walked and have no concerns.
It's more of an aesthetic thing.
But just to enhancements, we're talking about enhancements. We, on the other side of the street, part of our approval, and we went over to town, and I met with Kim several different times, making sure we're doing everything the correct way and proper way. Our sidewalk has, which we made the investment, having the brick border, which the surrounding areas do not have that. So there's a lot of items that we're doing over and above, if you look across the street and around our area, that we are doing that the adjacent properties are not doing. So
Well, we made that as part of our
No.
streetscape, and that's why we're so passionate about how that all looks. We talked about the lighting, we talked about the sidewalk, matching it with the town streetscapes. So we talked about that. We know all that is part of the facade of Main Street. That's why we're so passionate about these condenser units and what's going on in the front. I know line sets and everything else, but when there was a will, there's a way, and
We agree with you. I mean, we're not
so
arm wrestling with it.
As we go forward, we're not gonna beat this, we're not gonna beat this, because this is, we're just going in circles again.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just ask one thing. So you're saying that in order to rectify, if you came to us in the future, and we said in order to rectify it would be to bring it back to what we approved initially, what would your response to that be?
I think we'd have to
For building 1,
we'd have to look at it.
Correct.
I don't,
So I think that's our problem, is that if we've approved it and we like how it is, we've raised points that we've already granted variances on the building. Now we're encroaching even further with condensers. I'm assuming they're heat pumps. So they're gonna provide heating and cooling?
Just cooling.
Just cooling only. So you could move those with people living in those units now. So that's feasible, correct?
I'm not sure, actually. But we'd have to do a little investigation. We're
Yeah,
not sure.
That's fine. The other thing I'd like to point out is when we were talking about these, we talked about two conditions. One, screening, but two was noise. And there was nothing addressed about noise. These things fire off in the middle of summer. They're gonna be running like crazy. So again, you're gonna hear it quite a bit. This is a streetscape that we're very sensitive of. Screening, that's good, but it's gonna be pretty loud. With hotter temperatures, and if it's just cooling only, they're not inverters, so they're not quiet. They're gonna run pretty loud. So I don't know what the commission would feel. I would feel that they should be brought back to where it was approved. Line sets, I get. You increase the line set. I know enough about building construction. With an increased line set, you can move those condensers to a further point. So it should have been addressed months ago, if not years ago, not now. I understand the dilemma, But now the dilemma is pushed on us, and that's not right.
We're not trying to,
Well, it is, though. It is on us, because.
It's on both of us.
You're in that situation that you need to move people in, and you're basically saying that we need to move people in. We have people that have to get into these places, and you're throwing it on our lap in order for us to do that. And I think the chairman started it off that this whole body is not in agreement with where they're located. So I don't really know where to go.
Well, let me offer this. I mean, oftentimes when you CO buildings in the middle of the winter, you can't put the landscaping in, and then you're allowed to CO the building with the expectation that you're going to change something or add the landscaping to the thing. This is a similar situation.
Not really, I disagree. I'm sorry, I disagree on this one. Landscaping is completely different. This is much different than landscaping. I have to disagree
Understood.
with that.
Just to reiterate, these drawings were submitted as a building permit set that were reviewed by the team. So it only came up in conversation after that. So it's not like this just changed yesterday. They were submitted like this 2023. I'm just
We
saying.
don't see those. We don't see.
I know that.
So
I know
that's
that.
why
But
The staff had the
but do
ability to.
you understand how this kind of?
Oh, I get it, and that's why we're trying to clarify all of it, so when there is no question going forward on this whole streetscape, because perception is reality, and as soon as this goes, and, John Q. Public drives down the road and said, oh my God, what's going on? What do these guys do now? And it's like, we don't want to deal with it. And to be honest with you, we had a plan, and we want to make sure the plan stays. I will leave it up to this commission. If the town of Rocky Hill and the developers of Kelson Row are partners in this development. Now, we understand the importance of what they need to do, and I think, from hearing what they say, they understand the importance of what we need. Not what we want, what we need in this. We need to get back to the plans that we approved. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to have an internal discussion without anything from the applicant about what we want to do. Do we want to have a condition on this, only on building one, to basically say, you need to fix this. Commissioner Hussey put it exactly right. These can be moved. This is easy. Modern technology, all this stuff can be moved. We make it a condition to say they move it, and in partnership with them, because we have to be partners in this, because this is a gateway to our town. Do we want to address the big elephant in the room and say, okay, we'll allow this to happen knowing that they're going to be moved? And then we'll go forward and we'll make sure that anything else, that this commission knows that the plans that we approved are the plans that are in front of staff. Because right now, I don't know that, and I don't know how we do that. I need staff's guidance, whether it's our lawyer talking to their lawyer and basically saying, do these things jive? Or is it staff talking to the developer and making sure these things jive? But this commission, and I'm gonna ask everybody in this commission what they think. But I'm throwing it out there, how do you guys want to deal with this? And I'm gonna throw, anybody want to talk first, or do you want me to go in order? I don't care. How do you want to deal with it?
Well, I can chime in.
Okay, Commissioner Lucko.
So I'm in fundamental agreement with Commissioner Hussey on this, that you have to find a way to move this to the side of the building or the back of the building to be consistent with the original approval and the intent of keeping a nice, clean streetscape, which it will be, except for this. Otherwise, I think everything looks fine on the front. So I think we need to do that. And I think you guys need to talk to your mechanical engineers and figure out how you're gonna do that.
I agree.
Okay? And come back to us and say, okay, this is how we're gonna, or maybe talk to staff and have staff, zoning representative, and the building department even go out in the field and say, okay, we're gonna move it here. Building department, are you okay with this? Planning, are you generally okay with
We
this?
just need the same plan.
We need the same plan, but I know you want to get this done quickly, so like having an on-site working session might work.
You can do a condition. We can do a conditional.
And so that's what I threw out. I'd like to hear everybody's opinion, then we can talk about remedy, how we want to deal with it. So Commissioner Hussey, I'd like to hear your opinion, outside of what you said already.
I am okay with a condition. I tread lightly because what the applicant might think is a condition might differ dramatically from what we want to see. But given the circumstances, I would be open to making a condition.
Okay. Commissioner Robbins.
The only way I see us approving this tonight is with a condition, and with a very clear condition that the condenser units be relocated either to the original plan, or at least say that they be relocated so that they're no longer in front of buildings 1 and buildings 2.
Behind front plane.
So in the, okay.
They're no longer in the front.
Okay.
So they can figure out on the side or whatever, but get them out of the front.
Okay, so right now, we're just talking about the condensers and the streetscape. I know there's other parts of this landscaping that we still need to talk about, but right now, all we're talking about is the streetscape. So Commissioner Moorhurst, your comments, please.
I say they should be moved to where they were originally approved back in 2022. Plus there's the issue of them being closer to the street, to the road, than the setback that was approved as a variance. So now they're even, we approved the variance from, I think it was 40 feet to 10 feet, and in the corner of one building, it was actually less than 10 feet. And now we've got these units that are even closer. And bottom line is, they should go back to where they originally done. I looked up some of the history. In, I guess, September 2023 is when we had plans. That's when they wanted to modify the pocket park. And then in May of 2024, we had another request for a change. And one of the conditions was that they wanted to increase the number of truck entrances. But again, like they did here, like this, they came in after they opened up all the additional truck entrances and asked us to approve something that they'd already done. And I just don't go for that. That's not the way people should be operating. I was an engineer for 40 years, and I never retroactively did something like this. And so it should go back to where they were, period. That's my feeling.
Would you, Alan, just so we're all on the same page, everyone here said that we all agree with your statement. Would you, I'm trying to use the right word, would you want to create a condition that what you said, but give them the opportunity to get their CO for building 1 with the condition that all this stuff is corrected before they get any other CO on the project?
Maybe.
Okay, I want to throw it out to you, because right now we're at a point that we need to work together to solve this problem. We're not going to be combative in this. This is not combative. We know what we need. They know what they need. We need to figure it out together because we're partners. So.
Correct.
So.
But then we have the concern of what Commissioner Hussey pointed out, of the noise. And we've got these units that are right outside apartment units, possibly a bedroom. I don't know the internal arrangement of the apartment. So we're going to have people moving in with these noisy units right outside their window. I'll tell you, I'd be pretty upset if I rented an apartment and found out that I have these big monstrosity, noisy things right outside my bedroom window.
So the great thing about, Alan, that the applicant confirmed that they're not heat pumps, they're only for air conditioning. So since we're in winter, we have the ability to still rectify this by having them moved, screened, whatever we need to do to go forward. So right now.
That's a good point.
So right now, if it sounds like we're all in agreement that we condition out of it to basically say they get their CO on building 1, but there are no more COs on this project until this problem is rectified on the entire streetscape. Plans need to be concise with zoning and building and however that needs to be done. And I'd like to get your impressions on that, and I'd like to get a motion on that, because right now we're at a point that I think the only thing that's stepping in our way, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, the only thing that's stepping in our way to act on this item right now is the streetscape. I think to a person, we're all in agreement that we're okay with the other landscaping changes on the project.
Correct.
I'm not sure yet.
Okay, I want to throw that out because we started with the condensers.
Yeah, because
and
we
now
haven't really.
We started with the condensers, and now we want to go to the next step. Let's talk about the landscaping
Right,
now.
yeah, before
Can I
we.
ask a question on the condensers?
Okay, yeah.
Or, no?
No, because you're not seating, sorry.
Okay.
Even though there's not a,
I thought this was a discussion.
Well, it's not a public hearing.
it's not a public hearing. I don't know if she can talk. I
Yeah,
mean,
this isn't a.
Does Robin,
she can-
how does it work?
I have a question of,
She could ask questions, but she just couldn't vote.
yeah, she can't vote.
She can't deliberate, but she can ask questions.
Correct, and I
Done.
do, okay, and I also have a question of the
Well, let staff go first, and
applicant
then
too.
Commissioner Brescia second.
I just want to make sure, as far as timing goes, because I concur that we want to get people in the building. Would it behoove you, are you looking for a CO on another building
Yeah, I just
soon?
want to,
Because
Yeah,
one of
so-
the things would be a condition either prior to the next certificate of occupancy, or a condition that this be rectified by a certain date.
yeah, we would prefer a certain date because it would give us an opportunity to come back for several meetings with you. Because our next CO is coming up in the second week of December. So if you put a drop dead date, it's probably better for us, and it allows us to have a couple of more meetings with you, either on site or here, or rectified.
If
And
we
if
do
they're
it-
AC units,
yeah,
if they're
we do
AC
a-
units,
if
we
do a
can
date-
go,
If
we
we
can
do
go.
a date and we
yeah.
need meeting schedules and we need plans, what is that? Is that 2 months? Is that 1 month? What kind of date would we be looking at? Because I know it's not next week because we don't meet for another month.
That's what I'm saying. So
No,
we're going to
it
be
would
up
be-
against another CO in
So
another.
what,
Yeah, we don't want it to be that way. We want it to be a date.
so would you say?
That, those units are physically moved. And that would be a different, that could
Right,
be,
right, right.
it could be in the spring. I mean,
Well, just pick it, if you guys pick a date for a couple of meetings, that would be better for us.
Big coin.
I mean, we want to get it done right.
Yeah, I'm looking at the, I like to look at the schedule.
January meeting.
I look at the
yeah, but
schedule we have.
if,
So
in order to move what does it take to move the units?
It might take some time, so.
What we want, don't forget, this process is the units and the plans. Concise plans and the unit plan for all those units on the streetscape. We need to make sure that the land record plans are the same as the building plans and that the streetscape
Okay,
is
the
good.
building plans show, because we don't, I mean.
This commission does not have a warm fuzzy about these plans right now.
No, Ben reviews for the zoning aspect with respect to buildings, not condenser units. So, on the building drawings, it showed little squares, which you see here on these plans. That's what the building department gets. We go by what
Bless you.
my concern for the applicant is that we want to get them into building 1. We want to get them into building 1 before Friday. And that the date, you know, we want to make sure, because the weather's great now, but it may not be. And if these are strictly AC units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could they not be carried over until the spring? I'm looking at Mark.
Yes, I mean,
Whatever.
we would prefer a date that pushes past so we can work it out and move what we have to
My
move.
concern about
Also,
that
just to
date,
point out-
my concern about that date is that it de-empowers this commission, because now we've got several COs that have gone by, and there's no impact, there's no sense of urgency. And I understand, yes, there's to be a sense of urgency because of, you know, there's pending COs past a certain date. And if March is the date, that's fine. If we all agree March is the date, if April's the date. But unfortunately, I just want to make sure that there's no pacification of the passion of.
There's not.
Of what we feel about this.
I can tell you, there's absolutely not. We get your sentiment 100%. I would just ask that just give us some time. That's why I suggested building 2 as a drop dead date, because it's in March.
Well, in building two, those condenser units need to not be in front.
Say it.
They will not be in front.
No, I'm saying, how about a condition where we have a corrected plan by one date, and then we have the problem resolved by another date? So we get the plan first, we're all on the same page, and then to get it done within X number of days after approval of the modified plan.
I mean, as long as we have time to, as long as we have enough meetings and times to do it, I'm open to that too.
I don't think we need.
3 times a week.
No, we want to,
Yeah.
we want to make sure we're all, before they
Yeah.
even act on
Yep.
moving it, make sure the plan is, we want to know the plan.
So the plan needs to show.
So we want, so to Commissioner Robbins' point, plan first, we're all on the same page about the plan, and then X amount of days from the plan approval, the physical part of the plan to
Well,
take place.
I guess for the plans, then why don't we pick a January date then? Because that'll give us a couple of meetings.
It would give us a couple meetings as well.
Why can't we do it in December? That'll give you a month to come up with a plan, and then we'll set, you know, my thinking is we'll give us the plan in December, which is 4 weeks roughly from now, and then the date to have them moved, I think the realistic date to have them moved would be by January 31st, which would be discussed at our February meeting. Putting it off till March, and I just don't understand the rationale behind that. Let's just get the plan and then get this thing done before you start. Because when you first said it, well, the next CO is going to be in March, and now you're telling us, no, we're going to have one in December. You know, we're getting different stories here.
Alan, I think to a person here, we're more comfortable with a January date than a December date, knowing the holidays and knowing that they have to get the plans in 2 weeks before, for a meeting anyway. So what would you guys think of like a end of January date for plans to be?
So at the January meeting.
No, but we want to get it by the January,
January
so
would
we can review it and approve it.
First week of
So
January.
according to the tentative schedule, January 15th is the meeting.
That's fine with me.
That's fine.
It should just be noted for the record, depending on the winter we have, pouring concrete in the middle.
This is
But this
planned.
is just,
No, planned.
this is just the plan.
So I thought-
And then at the
As
January.
soon as the plan is, I absolutely understand the physical limitations, what happens in the winter.
Yeah.
We want an approved
So
plan.
they just want the plans, the rectifying plans, and then in January, you can set a drop dead date for
So how about-
implementation.
So
we
whatever
don't
the
have to deal with
timetable
that.
is, how about this? Whatever the timetable is, to have a plan set in front of us for our January 15th meeting.
Perfect, and then at that January 15th meeting, we can then establish a date when this has to be implemented, so we don't have to deal with the second date until we know what we're doing.
Correct.
Perfect.
Okay,
And
so,
with the plan,
Yes.
with the plan, give us a time frame from if we approve it on January 15th, the soonest you can get it done.
Yes.
You know, I don't want
Yep,
you
they
to come
would do
there
that.
and say, well, we approved it in February, say, well, you know, we won't be able to get it done until April or May. Tell us when we discuss the plan to approve, when the plan is going to be implemented, period.
okay,
Agreed.
so I'm gonna make this motion. So I'd like to make a motion to hold on, approve the site plan landscaping modifications to Rock Hill Gateway LLC, to the modifications, but not limited to caliber, size, quantity of planting, is discussion, with the condition that the streetscape is addressed and that all plans are cleaned up for the January 15th, 2025 meeting, showing that all condenser units in the front and any other physical attributes that are not on the initial plan that this zoning commission approved are either changed, modified, or presented, and what the plan would be to go forward. I don't know if that made sense, but I just.
It's close, it's close.
Till the end.
So, please clean that up for me. Ultimately, what we want to do as a condition is get plans by the 15th to clean up the streetscape. Is that just as simple as that?
I think we need.
Yeah, I wouldn't include the landscaping because we haven't even discussed that yet.
You want to say the streetscape in regards to landscaping associated with the, pertaining to the condenser units and the relocation of the condenser units.
Okay, so then, before we go any further on this motion, to Alan's point, we need to discuss the landscaping. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page before we let this go, that we're gonna condition the streetscape, and now we're gonna talk about the landscaping.
Do
So
we
let's
have
talk
a
about.
second? Do we have a second?
No, I didn't make a motion. I'm gonna withdraw.
He's
wanna-
practicing. We're never gonna go back to the plan.
I was talking about it to make sure that we're all on the same page about it, because we need to talk about the landscaping also.
It was a concept.
Yeah, it's conceptual, Alan, conceptual.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, can I just ask one question of the applicant? So what is your time frame with these COs? We're looking at building one. Where are we going from here in the immediate future? What are you looking
Yeah,
at?
before the end of the year, we'll have CO'd, that the building we're talking about, the clubhouse, and then the mixed-use building. And then there's a big gap until building two, that's in the March. So that's why we're kind of trying to push it to March so we can get it approved, go back and forth. That's why we're trying to say building two, the building two CO, because we have two, piggybacked right after this one too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's talk landscaping. Are there any comments about the landscaping changes?
I have, when we last discussed this, there was a question of the southeast corner, which was in the upper left part of the drawing, about it being less dense than what we approved back in years ago. Is that still true? We have to get a real clarification.
Sorry, the current buffers shown on both the approved and proposed plans are essentially the same at this time, with the addition of 3 additional trees.
Alan, you don't have the benefit of, there
Oh,
was some
that's true. I
modified.
didn't realize that.
There were some modified plans that were passed out by Rock Emmond with SLR this evening. Essentially, the
Yeah.
buffer is not changing, except there's a minor addition of.
Correct,
a
3
few
additional trees.
Yeah.
So this is different from what we got back in, I believe it the first
Yeah,
time
a
was
couple
in
months ago
August.
when we had requested the reduction.
It's the original buffer
Yep.
plus 3 trees.
Correct.
Okay. And another question I have is, these plans that we got, they don't show the privacy fence. Is that still going to be there?
Yes, the privacy fence is still part of the project. It's shown, because these are landscaping plans, which are specific to landscaping, and that could be where a lot of confusion lies. The 6-foot privacy fence is still going to be installed as per plan.
Okay.
Commissioner Lucko, anything about the landscaping?
I have no comments.
Commissioner Hussey?
No comment.
Commissioner Robbins?
Best I can tell, looks like a a lot of thought went into the new plan. A little bit hard to absorb it all in this short period of time, considering just trying to figure out what tree is which and how big it is and where it's going. So, but I did notice that some of the trees that we proposed to replace were actually appeared to be a better tree.
Yep.
So with that, I don't have a problem with the change to the vegetation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brescia, any questions?
When you said there was an 8.7% reduction in the trees?
Yes, so
Was there-
39 trees got reduced, and then obviously in those specific spaces, as well as around the buildings, we are now proposing 3,214 new shrubs.
Okay, was the reason because of space for the trees?
Yeah, because we wanted to fit shrubs, honestly.
Yeah, okay.
That way we could get more vibrancy in the development, because flowering shrubs, all the things.
A question.
I do.
Hold on, she's not done yet, hold on.
I'm done.
Oh, you're done, I'm sorry. Commissioner Lecco.
Yeah, just one question. As far as, from what I see, and correct me if I'm wrong, the number of perimeter trees appears to have increased?
Yes, by 3.
Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
my count. Okay.
sorry, that's essentially what I'm saying, is
Okay.
the buffer trees and the perimeter trees are basically the same term, just interchangeably.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Commissioner Moorhurst, you got a comment?
Yeah, on Main Street, there are a couple of trees, I don't have a count on them, that say protect existing tree to remain. Are those going to still be there? Are they still there? Because there's been a lot of work done and fences put up, and now we're talking about compressors that might have been in those locations too. Are they there now?
I believe one tree, which is located within the drainage right-of-way, or a drainage easement in between the project, because we had to actually work with the town and increase the pipe capacity, that tree was damaged because of undermining from a trench. So that one tree, I believe, has been removed. So that was located, and I'm sorry, I can't show you, Alan, but that's this guy here.
On the corner of Building 2, Alan.
Yes, on the corner of Building 2.
Yeah.
That one,
That's
unfortunately,
one of
because of the
the-
trenching, I don't think they could have saved it to begin with from there.
They couldn't save it.
Okay, I assume that's going to be replaced though?
Yes, we have no issues replacing it.
We had the tree warden out there.
And then, excuse me, there's another one in front of Building 9. That's still okay?
Yes, that one is still okay.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, there's no tree there now, so we'd have to make that.
Yeah, we would feel comfortable if you had a condition that said we had to replace the tree that was damaged and removed as part of the work with the DOT in the town.
Okay.
So seeing I have people better than me to make motions tonight, can someone make a motion, please, with all the conditions that we need to have?
I will make a motion to approve site plan landscaping modifications, Rock Hill Gateway LLC, proposing several modifications to landscaping throughout the project, known as Kelson Row, including but not limited to caliper size, quantity of plantings, and discussion of construction methods, condenser units and screening located at 2418 Main Street in a TC Town Center zoning district ID 10-184 with the following conditions. One is to replace damaged tree caused by DOT along Main Street. Condition 2 is to have an accurate depiction of a plan at our January 15th meeting to let the commission know of condenser placement as well as any screening, possibly fencing for sound. And also that the applicant should be aware that at the very least, this commission could request condensers to go back to what was previously approved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion. You guys okay with those conditions? They need to be reworded? Do we need more conditions? What do you guys feel?
Just the one clarification that Alan had brought up, which was plans submitted in January should include a timeline for completion of work.
Or prior to CO.
You were the seconder, right?
Yeah.
So you need to ask the maker.
So adding a timeline for completion of work
I would
with the
agree.
January plan submittals?
I would agree with that, adding a timeline. Commissioner Robbins, do you want to stipulate a timeline? An actual,
I think we let it breathe from that January 15th meeting.
and then discuss at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can wrap our.
The contractor can provide the timeline to us, we can't provide the timeline to them. Do we need to add in the condition that no CO will be granted, or is it assumed? Because it sounds like, we talked about the CO as the carrot for this commission. Now, because it's January, they're gonna have 3 COs done by that time. So do we have to indicate that prior to the CO of building 2
Yes.
as part of our condition, or are we conditioning this more than just COs? Or do we, knowing their timeline, they're not gonna have a CO after December 31st, before the next meeting. Do we need to add as as part of our condition, the caveat that they don't get any more CO, or they don't get a CO on building 2, knowing that that's their next building?
But they'll already have it by then.
No, they want a CO, I know they want a CO
No, they want.
in
they want a
December.
CO in They want
Just for
one
the
clubhouse
clubhouse
and
and
3.
That's the clubhouse?
Yeah.
9, 1 clubhouse and 9.
Wanted the other one, building 2
Oh,
in
oh,
March.
oh, oh, oh.
So,
But because we're meeting in January, we're not touching the CO on the clubhouse, and we're not touching the CO on building 9.
correct.
So do we need that as a condition to talk in January? It doesn't sound like we.
Yeah, any COs after the December COs, we hold them until this is all completed. Or we
Keep
we
in
get the
mind,
plan.
we don't deal with COs, we deal with zoning compliance certificates, the
So we-
building official.
No
So our
issuance of
wording,
zoning compliance
yeah.
certificates until this is rectified after,
At least have a date for,
Yeah, I think in January, we're gonna have to come up with a date when the work's gonna be completed by,
correct.
in order for
So-
in order for them to have an approval.
so we don't need to talk about zoning compliance in our condition. Because we're gonna come up with in January, we're gonna come up with the way that they get their zoning compliance.
Right.
So we don't need it.
Kim, I have a question. You can get a CO without a,
No, you
Zoning
need a
compliance?
certificate of zoning compliance.
both,
But we're not in charge, this group, nor I, we are not in charge of a certificate of occupancy. We are, as far as certificate of zoning
so
compliance.
it's a matter of just follow-up from the ZEO.
Correct.
So I don't think it needs to be part of the condition,
I
just
agree.
because.
I don't think we can.
Yeah, because but I wanted to throw it out to everybody and make sure we're all on the same page about that. That is the carrot for this commission, is that there's no more compliant, until they're compliant, there's no more.
Yeah.
So.
Right. And now, when we get these plans in January, they're subject to approval, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming before us in January, yeah, with these plans.
Right, and we can either approve, deny, or modify.
Correct.
Okay. And one other condition, I mean, can I add a condition, or it'll get rejected, but ask for something else? Is that no other changes outside of the plans that are approved can be done without our approval in advance. Because I pointed out 2 or 3 things that they've done, and then they come back after they were done and say, well, can you approve this, or this is what we've done, that they comply from now on, period.
Now, there have been plans, just so you know, Alan, there have been plans that have been approved by this commission with respect to the Pocket Park, for example,
Yeah.
to
clubhouse.
for
Correct.
the meditative garden,
Yep.
for example, architectural modifications, for example. There's a few that have been approved by the commission already that need to be recorded. Those, this does not apply to. Those are already done.
Yeah, but history has told us that there could be other things that are going to be requested. I mean, we've had 3 or 4 changes in 2 years or 2.5 years already that we need to know in advance that any other things that they want to do before they do it, which hasn't been the history here.
Now, it should be.
But that, maybe that goes without
It
saying.
should be stated that, those plans that have been approved before, if they show a little box for a condenser unit and it was for a plan for a park modification, there was no mention of a condenser unit being modified as far as placement goes. So it's with that understanding.
Alan, to your point, don't you think we can rely on our zoning regulations and how we modified our major and minor modifications to hold the applicant and staff accountable versus making it a condition? I think that we've tightened up our regulations so that empowers the staff to make that decision for us, rather than us make that decision. I think we need to rely on our regulations when it comes to that.
Well, yeah, okay, but I mean, that wasn't the case.
I understand your passion about what you're saying, but I think that by us tightening up our regulations when it comes to major and minors, I think that it's showing fruit that we're getting the applicants to come back in for these minor modifications.
Yeah, okay.
So with that, you guys want to vote on what has been?
Yeah, we've got it all down on paper?
We got it. Yeah, we know what we're doing.
All right.
So move to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
There's no opposed? There you go.
Thank you very much.
We
See you
have
in
a plan
January.
going forward.
See you in January.
We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
We'll see you, January.
We're good, we'll work this out. We're partners, man. And we thank you for staying all this time.
Hope you don't have to drive to Jersey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's you.
That's all right, there's no traffic now. There's no traffic in Connecticut at night, don't worry about it. There's never any traffic in Connecticut.
2 more minutes. Going to construction.
Agenda item D, zone change and special permit site plan application, GWL 777 Brook Street LLC, proposing to change the zone from office park to business park 2, and proposing to reconfigure the building to be approximately 95% warehouse space with the remainder office, raised roof height, reconfigure access driveway, park areas, and adding loading docks for property located at 777 Brook Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, and office park zoning district ID 16-273.
Motion.
Like to hear a motion, please.
Motion to approve agenda item D.
That sounds good. I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Yeah, just, as long as it's not redundant. Oh, where did I put it? I wrote it all down.
I would like to add,
As long as it's not redundant, a condition that if it's not already a requirement, that all traffic be directed westward on Brook Street, and that the developer ensure the preservation of the vegetative buffer along the eastern property boundary. If it's,
Alan, that's to you. Did you hear that condition?
Yeah, yeah,
You okay with it?
that makes sense. Yeah,
Okay. Maker of the motion, are you okay with it?
I am okay with that. I would like to just add a minor thing to Commissioner Robbins with the addition of signage that we had discussed, that it would be a right turn only heading westbound for trucks on Brook Street.
I would like to make sure that we have a condition, all staff comments, because they know that they know that they need to incorporate all their staff comments into the plans.
Yeah.
So I would like to throw out to the seconder and the maker, all staff comments as a condition.
Agreed. Accepted.
I agree.
Okay, any more discussion? Not hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Congratulations. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Discussion and action on 2025 meeting schedule. You guys want to know the 2025 meeting schedule? Okay. Good night.
Just say approved.
You just feel pain.
Okay.
If you guys, are you guys okay with the meeting schedule? I mean,
Just say
it looks pretty straightforward.
Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, motion to approve the meeting schedule for 2025.
Yeah, because they could
You
have
making a motion?
No, I need a motion.
Motion to approve 2025 meeting schedule.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other business? CROG Regional Planning Commission.
Okay, we're basically, the next meeting is tomorrow night, so there's nothing to report. And, then after that, we go into the new schedule, which I believe is in March, in June, in September, and November next year. There's only 4 meetings a year.
Thank you, Alan.
That's it.
Kim, anything on that?
No, I kind of have, things aren't in the greatest of order in the packet, so if I could just go through real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah, you can carry it for now.
Okay. Just want to point out a few training. Keep in mind, you guys have to finish up some training, some of you, by the end of the year. Some of you are all set.
Do you have a list that you can email us that basically say what we have and who has?
I will do that because I think there may be two of you that are totally completed. But I will check.
That'd be me.
There's a land use session, the biannual webinar on March 25th. You get all your training in one day. That's on March 25th of next year. And then December 3rd, there's another training session, and then I can email that to you. That's from Desegregate Connecticut. I will email that to you. There is a link, there's an email I can send from Alan. It's about the regional planning plan. We have our zoning report in the file on the table. We have the community resiliency building report. That's a final report that will go into our plan of conservation and development as a chapter on community resiliency. Basically in there, some of the major findings are talking about some of the natural hazards and the weather changes and how it affects our community and how we have to address those. We have the community farm report. It's on the Rocky Hill Community Farm, former Straska Farm. And there's some things you might want to pay attention to there, talking about trail development and different programs that will be happening there. We got some UConn students to help out with that. Talking about accessory dwellings and tiny homes. Our Affordable Housing Committee is looking for this commission to address tiny homes and their regulations, and we'll be getting some requests. So that's something.
Don't we have that already?
It is in the building code. I mean,
Don't we
it
have it on our
is
regulations for like ADUs?
accessory dwellings, they can be detached.
Yeah.
So, but
property.
there's set specifications in the building code we want to probably add to our regulations as well, so. I think that's it. That is it.
Zoning enforcement.
Oh, you have the sheet in front of you.
So there were 3 things for Kelson Row. I kind of was nudging to see if we could, while they were here, have them address them. 3 things on here for Kelson Row.
Yes. We have, well, we've had noise complaints. We've had noise complaints on Kelson Row. Not so much recently, but we have had noise complaints, and we've been out there at weird hours to listen.
Construction noise prior to 7 a.m. Is there-
So, I go out there on, every now and then I'll wake up and take a spin out to wherever and sit and listen, so.
Then I had a
but
question.
they do.
1093 New Britain Ave isn't on the list, but I went by there and actually went and walked in the front. It's horrible.
That's correct.
The sofas out there.
It was on the list in the past.
Yeah, it was
It
on
was
there.
on the list in the past.
Okay.
And then when they came in to just talk to us a while back about doing something, it kind of went off the list thinking they were coming in, but
Because now you can see it even more without the trees there.
correct.
Any minor modifications?
There was on that gas station that was in front of you this evening for the drive-through issue. They came in and they emailed me about the change of bituminous curbing. They want to do all concrete curbing on site.
Okay.
Yeah. I said, well, yeah, sure,
Yeah, that's
go for it.
Like it.
The PIC.
We're not meeting until we deal with our POCD.
Affordable Housing Committee.
They're going to, the last meeting was to talk about the forum. They want to do a forum. They bumped it off to the spring. They want to do a tax abatement for first-time home buyers using CHFA money. And they want to talk about modifying regulations, which may be premature in light of the POCD, but to require affordable housing in all developments.
Any legislation?
No.
Any communication? Do we have any bills?
No.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.